and then listen as the song starts to tail off. You begin to hear screams in the background, which is a symbolism of people becoming possessed as this being sung.
Shout it out loud, I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now, cause my name is Baby Huey, I'm the biggest duck in town. Doing the duck,
Chiribubi!
doing the duck.
Mommy upstairs! Here we go!
What are you doing?
Move it!
What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing, get it out of my face.
What the hell is that?
Well, it ain't Barney the purple dinosaur!
Good thing I called for backup.
Backup?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why? Floor tap just redeemed. You sure about that?
Talk about buttered
What are you doing?
sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it
What are you
comes from,
doing?
what it does, why is it doing what it's doing. Get it out of my face.
Me? Just hanging around.
Yeah!
Come on, I told you, there's no bones in there! Gee! Hey! Oh, merde!
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy, like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they come, people face down, and none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way, in my lap, front and back on the train track. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerve.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic from the hood. I speak Ebonics, that in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke, then you a failure, stack your money up like. Bitch, start tripping, now I'm blue.
Here we go.
And here we go.
Oh no, this doesn't have regular human controls. This is a fucking keyboard game. Ah, fucking tap. Hey Necro, welcome in. This is only playable with the keyboard? What a bunch of bullshit. God damn. Fucking not even gonna play it. Oh, thanks, Umbra. Yeah, we gotta start doing those.
Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Ah, the camera! Oh, camera! No!
Oh shit, Rampage.
But he still stands victorious. Little confused. That's it! Bop, bop, bop! Callie, you're out of there! You're out of there! That game, I think that's the game. Congratulations! That's all we get is a congratulations. And then you get the credits. Roll credits!
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. I want to see what you got.
Music's kind of relaxing.
chill out a little. And if the game would fucking load, if it just crashed, it just crashed. I think I'm done.
Fucking thing sucks.
Exactly.
Alright, I think that's everybody that streams. Right? PP, you don't stream. Umbra.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
You got a Godilla now? Yep, we got a Godilla. Sinking City. The game Barf was playing.
MyGodilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
There's Godilla.
No fall, motherfucker.
Metroid Prime the First. We heard that game is very cool, but only heard that because it's from like H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, I think there's a bunch of games based on H.P. Lovecraft or his stories. I kind of get them mixed up. Sinking City, and there's some other ones with like similar titles, I think. And then sequels to those games too, so it's, I don't know, it's confusing. But check out these ptarmigans. Thought those are ducks. Wait, they're quail? What? No, those are Lagopus mutus. Oh shit, hey Vidya. Welcome in. Yay.
Who wants to play video games? Bingo!
This video game? I don't know. I don't know if anybody wants to play this, but we're gonna give it a shot and return it. No problem, video. Let's see. Gotta freaking use the keyboard. So stupid. Z, right. Okay. Z button. That's the only thing you use. And it doesn't work. Alright, start the stupid game. Oh my god. Going to give it a review. Oh, what, this game? Would you like to change settings before starting? No. Are you ready? Yes. What the fuck? Engrave your brand? What, fucking draw something with the mouse? No. Yeah, going to watch you play it and going to review it. This is Void Stranger. Some game that Floor Tap recommended. Void, let me spell it. Void Stranger. Got it on Steam for $12 or something. But I'm gonna return it, so fuck this. it's not gonna cost anything. I knew it was gonna suck. Usually games from Floor Tap, they're meant to be the worst. Oh, there's cutscenes. Whoa. Did not expect that. Wonder why the screen is so small for me right here. Logo looks like a butt, oh, like an S, but it's a G. So far, I give this game -3 because it rhymes with PP. Oh, you could use the control. Okay, good. Looks like a little phony Zelda wannabe. It's a decent enough game. Oh no, you played this? I didn't think anybody knew about this fucking game. But kind of repetitive, way too long. But yeah, based on HP though. Oh, the Sinking City. Okay. I think the second game is coming out. Yeah, I think it's a sequel to that or a separate HP Lovecraft based game. Seems to be pretty popular. The mural is filled with inscriptions. Deciphering them seems like a futile effort. Is there actually music? I see the game volume. Oh shit, I have to crank it up and it's just rumbling ass fucking noise. Rumbly ass noise. This game looks kind of cool, but I don't know. Oh, thanks for the lurk video. Need to check it out. Love those weird type of games. Acquired a strange rod. Simply holding it makes you feel uneasy. Something is wrong. Whoa. What the? Okay. Now you move like this. Oh no. You've fallen. Game over. Think you're related to him because your real name is PP Lovecraft? I guess so. Chances are high that you're related to him. Oh, okay. Hello. Is this your first time here? What do you answer? Yes. I thought so. I've been following your journey so far. You must be really determined to have come to this place willingly. Unfortunately, determination will only get you so far. Especially now that you're dead. Oh, hey Duke, thanks for the lurk. So I'm dead. Tell me. Do you still wish to continue? What is your resolve? You wish to continue? Yeah. What to do? No one can cheat death, but there's one trick you could try. If you eat something here, you'll become a part of this realm. Then you'll be able to roam these halls or balls. It looks like a bee. Come on. To your heart's content. It just so happens I've got this fruit with me. Would you like to eat it? What will you do? Yeah, what else is there? Eat the fruit. Great. I'm so glad I was able to help you. Hopefully you'll find what you're looking for. Leave you to it. What is that? An orange? Punch it. Punch that orange. Pow, pow, pow. You ate the whole fruit. Its taste is foreign to you, yet the pulp is surprisingly sweet, if bitter. Probably should have peeled it before eating, though. Eat him. Eat the little bat. Eat it like it's like a bird pecking at it. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh. Interesting. So it's kind of like a puzzle. You acquired a locust idol. It looks rather tasty, actually. Who knows, maybe it'll come in handy in the long run. So this guy just wants to eat everything he sees. Yeah, boulder, suspicious. Oh, another boulder. Oh, wait a second. How do you do this? No. What? Why can't I do that? Okay. Another one. This music's pretty good, actually. Damn. Sounded like Chrono Trigger. So far, you don't understand this game? This is a game. Music is top notch. Game is superb. But holy fuck. Notebook walkthrough, ready to return after 1.5 hours. 30 options. If you play this legit, it's like a month-long game where you take notes and shit. Damn. If it was more straightforward, I might actually play this all the way through. None of that note-taking shit. Why do you have to take notes? Probably confusing maps. It's insane, yeah. It sounds like there's gonna be a shitload of crazy ass dungeons where you have to follow one route. Kinda like fucking Adam's Family Values on Genesis or Super Nintendo, either one, same fucking game. Oh wait, oh that's a pit. Yeah, okay. Do I have health, or does it matter how many times I die? Sounds like it was made by a Japanese. Japanese. Oh, what? Straightforward at first. It's insane. Don't want to spoil too much. Let's just say shit happens. Doesn't make any sense. You start walking into the menus and shit. It's really good, but like triple black diamond super gamer tier. Only seen one other guy play this game legit in your friend group. Game sounds like it was made by Japanese and he's like a Kaizo guy. I think it's something like that. Chinese maybe. You stream this game in the category, you'll get new viewers though. What category? A category for this game specifically? Let's see. Void. Even though I'm gonna fucking stop playing it. They're gonna be like, oh shit, this guy's hardcore. And then I'm like, fuck this game. Locusts are lives? Don't think falling kills you. Just resets. Forget. Yeah, it looks like it just resets the level. Void Stranger instead of Retro. And if you're gonna stop, maybe don't bother. Oh hey Glitzy. Welcome in. How are you today? It would be rad to see you actually try to beat this shit. Oh man, short clip. I should make this a redeem. This is peak shit. If you have 100,000 points, you could redeem for me to play this shit all the way through. Story gets insane. Clip of the day, mouse fits. Redeem it now. Nope. No, I don't know if you have 100,000 or what. I don't want to be stuck playing this shit for months. Taking notes? Fuck that. Damn, now what can I do here? Oh, okay, but that's fucked. Stealing channel points from other viewers. Community goal things. Yeah, I should do that shit, but man, I don't know what the hell the first step is. If everyone gets all their points together and wants me to play this shit, then I guess I got no choice. 500,000 points. They'd say if you beat this game, you get a message to join the Illuminati. Alright, I'm in. I want to join. Wonder how long Mickey D would last in this shit. 11 minutes, 10-minute game. Enemies are super confusing. Oh, damn, haven't even met one enemy yet. Oh, shit. That statue, I think sometimes he's an enemy. So weird. Puzzles kind of start out normal and it gets mega cursed. They repeat this game, they send you a treasure map that leads to Walt Disney's Frozen Head. You can only open the chest from the front, right? Yeah. This game basically requires that you beat it twice. Oh no, really? Oh shit, it's like fucking Ghosts and Goblins. The whole start the game over with a new weapon bullshit. That's confusing. How the hell do I fight that snake? Does he fall in the pit? Oh shit. Oh, just fucking skip. Skip that. They say the only reason why they made Frozen and called it Frozen was so when you look up Frozen Disney, Walt Disney's head stuff won't show up. Supposedly true. Like Ghosts and Goblins, if halfway through they warped you to the end, made you beat the last 3 levels backwards, and warped you to level 1 with a new weapon. That tier of insane. There's a lot of shit you can skip whether you should. Skip it, different story. Oh. Yeah. Kinda wanna get all the treasure chests, but shit, if there's no way to go backwards, then I don't know. Oh, they move with me. Okay. Some stuff you can't do till later. Whoops. Oh, damn. You acquired nothing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
The other thing about this game is it will probably send all your normal viewers into Baby Huey death trance. Oh no. I'm dead. Only certain kind of autist likes this shit. Whoa, whoa, shit. Damn, that didn't seem right. If I go towards it, it'll move, right? I'm not gonna touch this thing. Oh, bullshit. Okay. doesn't jump in there either. No shit moves when you do. Full bloom, retarded, and could say you don't like this game so far. Black and white pixel puzzle. Each one of those eliminates like 50% from any crowd. Yeah, I didn't want to play it because it was black and white. The pixels are fine, but the black and white, I'm like, oh man, like we've seen this shit before. Like, enough of this artsy fartsy. Oh, it's black and white. It's more meaningful or some shit. It's classy. Guaranteed 12% viewer base. Damn, I don't get this. Where? How can I get past this guy? Oh wait, is that it? Oh, okay, shit. I don't know why that seemed impossible. Gotta use the right path. The more you play this game, the better the graphics get. In the end, your character looks like a real human. That's a good idea though. Somebody should make a game like that. Starts off with Atari graphics and ends up with like whatever, PlayStation 6 graphics. Oh shit, nope, that's not good. Let's see. Shit. Oh, hey, he just moved? So this statue is an enemy or something, you were saying? Damn, so I gotta die to get that? Kinda weird, I don't know. Has one of the most insane stories of any game you ever seen. Anodyne 2 has all sorts of different graphics. There are Atari levels, 3D. Oh yeah, I think Macca's played something like that, where the graphics kept changing and shit. 3D, 2D, all that. At the end of the game, it becomes so realistic. The character goes to your house and says you're the final boss. Pulls out a sword. Oh, okay, you posted, yeah. I want to see what you're talking about there. The video game character says you think you control me? Like that? Ah. There's ways to disable the statues. Oh. Remember something like that from Mickey D? Can't remember. Yeah, he plays so many random games. I don't know what it was called. Just that there was some Atari shit going on there. Oh, fuck. Do I even want to go that way? Shit. I don't have an option, do I? Hey Brady, welcome in. It reminds you, you always end up talking to yourself in this game. It's great. Shout out Brady.
That I hope it. What's this defeat Venom right here? Now with that move, but if I get a good call, I should get him. Here's hoping.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay. Huh? So I might not be able to get him.
Just hanging around.
Just like that.
You were never strong enough to face me.
One go.
No escape from
I'm
me.
doing good, Brady. You doing alright today? These boulders are useless. Doing great, just trying to learn how to set up a watch party on Discord. Might be fun. Should be easy, but I think it's limited to a certain number of people. Really? Discord? You can only have so many people? Did I never realize that? What is this? This level? You just go straight to the exit? Kind of lame shit is that? Okay. He used to alternate shit like cast. Also shit like watch together. I just use Twitch. If it's good enough for video games, good enough for movies. Oh shit. Damn, this seems a little complicated here. How would I get through here? Basically syncs up a YouTube channel for a multi-user. Copyright strikes? I don't know. They never gave me any. I don't know what you're talking about, pal. Never gave me any. I don't know what to tell you. It's all a myth. Damn, yeah, how would I get this? Yeah. Oh, I think I see. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna cross those stairs if I go this way. Damn. Can I push the chest? Oh. It doesn't seem like Twitch really gives a shit about watching movies anymore. Don't know if Twitch does copyright strikes if your channel is small enough. I guess not. They do tell me that I have like copyrighted music or whatever, but then they just they don't give me a strike. They just tell me that the sound will be muted in the VOD, and that's it. Oh, and I do take the sound off the videos in OBS to make sure that the sound doesn't get recorded for movies and shit. Movies and, well, whatever is I'm watching on YouTube or anything like that. I think all of that's muted. Yeah, I don't know. How would you get past those maggots over here? Something to do with that statue? Oh, I might be able to do something with the statue. I guess that's the only option. Just disable clips. Or VODs. Same here, get no notifications, but nothing's been done. Maybe you can walk through them. If you time it right. There's only one button, right? So that button doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. Shit doesn't make any sense. What if I use a block on one of them? Nope. Might have to come back later. 200, level 200 probably drops you right in front of the treasure chest. Oh, some bullshit. Did you try to use a block on a statue? Oh no. Yeah, that might be it. Might do something with that. And this level is just again, an easy one. Uh-oh. Oh my god, fuck. Oh man, this just got more complicated. Oh, okay, not that complicated, I guess. Or is it? Oh shit, hey Stonk. Welcome in. Gaming. Yep. Plain and simple. Gaming time. GG's. Thanks.
Give me a hell yeah!
This man right here is gaming.
I said give me a hell yeah!
Just remembering how the enemy's work takes a sheet in a notebook.
Oh man, it doesn't have music. It's all quiet. That's weird. Ah, the chicken still farts and burps. That's good.
What?
There we go. You got a Glover? Is that new, Stonk? New Glover emote? I got some new one I made today. Let's see. I did this one before, but it's so tiny it's hard to see what it is. That one, so I gotta gigantify that. Let's see, where is it? You could actually see what's going on there.
That might have fucked me. Okay, I'm definitely just getting hit by random things that aren't there.
Mal Bobby. Oh, the other dude that played Void Stranger. Oh, it would have been cool if there was a clip of him playing this. And I did this one. Check out this one. In gigantic form too. No clips. There are clips, but didn't get picked. Oh, what was that? Damn. Something happened over there. Oh, was that the treasure chest falling? Damn. Hey, more story time. Oh, shit. The Tree of Life. A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe. Since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? Oh, is this the save? Slowly, surely, dreams embrace you. Alright. Think that's a save? Did I shut off the game or some shit? The game turned off? What the fuck? It did, right? It says, yeah, Steam says the game is not playing right now. Holy shit. What a stupid. What is this shit? So now the game completely changed. Its curse is starting. I'm playing a different game now. It hurts. Take care of the Princess Lady Grey. Now we got a bunch of characters we never met before. Air is full of menace. You enter the room fearlessly. What? Oh shit, wanted to explore that other room. The hell? There's nothing to do here. What? Oh shit, okay. Those are curtains. I don't know what these other items are. Oh, there's someone here. Prepare to die. Oh shit. It's an RPG. Princess Wrath looms upon you. HP 9000. Holy shit. One of the princess's many tantrums. Princess Wrath lashes out. Booby. Take a jab at the princess. Foul mouth something. Lashes out. Enough talk already. Self-indulgent. Jump kick. Defend. Steal your resolve. Readying an all-out attack. Oh hey, Dreadbread. This is Void Stranger.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
For now, right now. Void Stranger. Shout out for Dread. Oh shit.
Oh no.
Tap's favorite game.
How is it like out of all the presents, that was one of the last ones that I ended up picking up?
You want to know about these sausages?
Well, you know, all things considered, that was a pretty decent one. We'll make it up to level 18. I'll have to double check.
The old cursed present. So I'm gonna die against this 9,999 enemy, right? Me with my 10 HP. Take a jab. Insufferable imp. Yeah, that's one of your favorites. You do 2P. Toe Jam Earl with Mickey D. If he knows how to do that, I don't know. Does he even use Retro Arch? I don't think he even messes with Retro Arch. You look like you got it handled. Let's see. Going berserk. Prepare for your doom. And I'm dead. You follow me. He has Retro Arch. Netplay works decent. Installed every ROM ever for him. Oh yeah, you could have it online. Switch. Death of the day. Yes, I'm victorious. Kneel before me, my hapless subjects. You can stand up already. I must have gone easy on you, your highness. Glad to see you in such high spirits. Shut up. Thanks. Starting to get really boring without you around. I'd wager the guards beg to differ. Always the same thing with you. How doesn't everyone have a $50 Raspberry Pi loaded up by 2024? I don't know. I don't have that. I leave for a few days and all hell breaks loose. Well, those bumbling idiots are no fun. land a few solid hits, and they immediately scream for their lives. And that know-it-all, Four Eyes, is no better. If Dreadbread gets elected, he wants a pie in every home. Promises a pie for everybody. This game slowly becomes titty game, secretly. Princess, you mustn't kick the poor guards down around him. Time to take your bath, princess. Remember to change your underwear daily. Lady Grey will be very mad at me if you don't obey. He even dared to imply I might smell. Princesses don't smell. Poor knave should be grateful he gets to be within my royal ambiance. The ambiance in this room is certainly that of royal proportions. Stonk will take a pie. I pinned the title, Void Stranger. It's up there. Floor Tap recommended this. Imagine the smell in the game. Certainly that of royal. Anyway, his ass is grass. Next time I see him. Language. Sorry. I meant arse. Hey Macus, you're shocked at this game? Mickey D smelled the royal smell. Goji made this. Another great clip. Can't keep playing your childish games forever. This country expects a lot from you, and so does His Majesty. Not interested. How about we jump the ship and run away? Just you and me. So we can do whatever we like. Go wherever.
Floor Tap just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, is that oh, I thought it was somebody playing live. That's just somebody's little clip, okay. Seriously, had been giving them out as Christmas gifts? Oh shit, the past few years to families, so it's nice having a little dedicated system that runs retro perfectly. Now it's a clip of that guy, the one he tried to shout out. Just play on RetroArch, too lazy to use a dedicated system. Don't even have a TV. You don't have a TV? What? Alright, here's a clip of who? Chang Hard with a Vengeance. Nemi has one in her room. Oh. Well, he's frustrated. When am I gonna get mad at the game like that? coming up. Only takes like half an hour to get to that point. He uses that little feather to point. Oh, okay, that wasn't part of the game. That's his cursor. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be mad at some point, I guess. Anyway, back to mommy's titties. Here we go again. Back to mommy's titties. Serious? What's holding us? Or maybe you just don't want to go with me? Is that it? That's not the point. Then what is it? The world is much, much greater than either of us. We must be able to put our petty wants and needs aside in order to fulfill our responsibilities. I'm sure you understand this, Your Highness. No. No, I really don't. Come here, little imp. Let's try to make sense of that hair of yours. Milk truck. A bunch of milk trucks arrive. Okay, but after that we'll have a rematch. We'll see about that. You sure about that? Really could use a bath though. Milky.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Talk about buttered sausage. Just redeemed. You sure about that? Where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Oh shit! Back to the.
Ready? Problem?
Back to the previous game.
Maybe we should talk. Soon.
That's fucked up. Back to a game. So the game really does.
I'll start
shut
punching.
That's
Hey! Se necesita una viaggia. Malaca, malaca, gracia partì. E riba. E riba, portisere. Yo no soy morenato. Yo no soy marinero, soy capitán.
Yo soy
capitán, soy capitán. Bomba.
Gusta.
Bomba.
That's all I got. Rumba.
Para hacer la bomba. Para hacer la bomba. Se necesita no poca ni gracia.
Shout out to Stonk Insane flashing SpongeBob shit. GBA style. Oh shit, there's the statue again. Nancy. Thanks for that. Oh, what the? Let's see.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Put your feet on the ground. You gotta
What are you
shake
doing?
those tail feathers. Shake them around.
What are you doing?
Doing the duck.
Me?
Doing the duck.
Hanging around.
Doing the duck.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
I tell you that it's easy.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
What
are you doing?
Me?
Is the whole world gone mad?
Glitziwici just redeemed that.
Glitziwici. Oh shit.
Hey, pizza. Great. Let's dig in.
Yeah, I want some.
Oh shit.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have
Talk
found.
about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does.
What are you doing?
Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Shake it all around. I tell you that it's easy if you follow me now.
You sure about that?
Huey, I'm the biggest.
You sure about that? That's why?
Floor tap just redeemed. You sure about that?
Mickey D going to the
Is the whole
clubhouse.
world gone mad?
Where are you going, Macus? Oh no. What? Did it just reset?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing?
Oh,
Get
be
it out of
back
my face.
later, going to church.
What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Gas station.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about
You
buttered
sure about
sausage,
that?
where it comes from, what it does.
You sure about that? That's why?
Floor tap just redeemed. You sure about that?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is the whole world gone mad?
Glitziwici just redeemed that dance.
Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Madre de Dios!
What?
Hey, pizza. Great. Let's dig in.
Yeah, I
Oh,
want
shit.
some.
Somehow Duck Dance got blocked. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I think it's gotta start over. The game cursed the duck dance. Yeah, something happened. Mega, like, I don't know how duck dance got stopped. I don't. You did that, Tap, because your redeems took over. That doesn't happen. That's not supposed to happen. The other redeems take over duck dance. Never seen that before. All good. Your fave is when Mouse Fitzgerald clips play under duck dance with gunshots. Just think it's rude as fuck when someone won't let another person play sound alert without interrupting nonstop. Now they just played it after it stopped. No, it took over. I didn't do anything. Cause they're all under one big alert scene or whatever in OBS. So everything plays, but duck dance is like number one. What? Cocaine is worse than duck dance? Talk shit about someone's requested song at my channel. We gotta listen to it on repeat for 8 hours.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, you could move that statue.
Me? Just hanging around.
Just hanging around. Could throw it away. Shit. I don't know, man. I'm stuck already. Game audio died? I mean, there's sound effects. I don't know if this game has music or what. But I hear the little sounds for that. No music. Play music earlier. Yeah, I don't know. This game's just freaking weird. Music all the way up. Yeah, everything's the way it should be. It's just a weird game. Seems like there's nothing to do. I don't know. Next. Whoa, what the fuck? Titties. It was playing music and was muted for some reason by the game. Giant snake lady. Milk truck. You're a brave little one. Go right up to her titty. Usually your kind will stay far away when they see me. Pleased to meet you. My name is Tail. My scales tell me you aren't an ordinary lost soul. My scales tell me, okay, if you don't mind me prying, what's your purpose here? Maybe I can offer some help. Tell her you're looking for a young woman. Woman did pass by recently. Unfortunately, she ran away screaming before I could get a good look at her. You could try catching up to her. Although I can't guarantee you two will end up in the same place. These walls defy reason, they're ever moving. Or so I've been told. Try not to shove those eggs. They're eggs? What? Too forcefully? They are close to hatching. I know what you're thinking, but I didn't lay them. They simply fall from above every now and then. You saw a drone? And Godzilla, you got drones wherever you are too? They simply fall. And sometimes I catch a few and see what will come out of them. And if you listen closely, you can hear their thoughts. It's so exciting. That was Mickey D. He's on his way to the Christmas party. Try it. Maybe you'll be able to hear them too. Holy shit, what? Why did you do that? You feel ashamed? You ask her if she knows a different way forward. I've heard some floors have more than one exit. But they are hidden and only the remaining Void Lords know how to access them. You may be able to meet them if you venture deep enough. However, I doubt they'd be willing to share their secrets with you. Me, imposing as I may look, I'm no lord, and since that exit is a bit cramped for me, here I remain. How she ended up here. You're a curious one. Are you sure you want to hear? Might take a moment, and I wouldn't want to hold you for too long. Like to hear her story? Very well. Oh, flashback. Oh. When Void was still in flux, when all 8 Void Lords still roamed these parts, one of them, named Use, ruled over this particular realm. Game of the day. They were assigned as the gatekeeper and the judge of the lost souls who arrived here. No soul could get past their judgment, no sin went unpunished. But as vigilant and rigorous as they were, Use was endlessly fascinated by sin. His fascination grew and grew until Use did the unthinkable and committed sin themselves. What was the true extent of their sin? I'm not entirely sure. When the other lords learned of this transgression, their ranks divided. Some of them defended Use, some reviled them. Soon arguments turned into fights, and those fights turned into vicious battles. In the end, Use was devoured so that nothing remained. Well, one part of Use did manage to slither away unnoticed. He lay in silence, mindlessly consuming any stray souls that approached it. Only knew pain and hunger. Was at it, but as its wounds began to heal, it learned to think, started to ponder why no amount of lost souls would satiate it, why it was unable to leave these walls, why it was allowed to live.
What are you doing?
Eventually it accepted its rotten
What are you doing?
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
That's how it came to be. What? Thank you. It's been a while since I've been able to share that story. So glad I decided not to eat you. It's a joke. Your kind tastes terrible. Probably keep moving if you wish to find the one you're looking for. While this realm has been in disarray ever since. Don't let your guard down. Void Lords are one thing, but not all lost souls are quite as kind as you. Farewell. Maybe we'll meet again. Decide it's better to move on. Why did you do that? You feel ashamed? I'll do it 100 times more. Hey, what? That guy just throws himself? Okay. And that's that. They said there were secret exits, but where? There ain't shit. Lies. They lied to me. DDLG. Doom da doom da doom. Just wait. What's Godzilla gonna do? Besides the obvious Zelda comparison, making the tiles appear and disappear reminds you of Mickey Mouse 4 on Game Boy, which came out in the US as the real Ghostbusters and Europe as Garfield. What? What the fuck? They just reskinned all those into different games? Oh damn. Oh shit, no. Fucked up. Nope, that's kind of fucked up there too. Alright. Oof. Oh shit, what? Licensed games can get really weird when there's different licensing rights. Yeah, that's crazy. It was all those games. Yeah, yes, Rescan, the first two Mickey Mouse games on Game Boy, ended up being all Bugs Bunny, Crazy Castle. Oh, okay. And Crazy Castle on NES with Bugs Bunny and with Bugs Bunny. Oh, and it was Roger Rabbit in Japan. Holy shit. What the fuck? Doing some gooning, Godzilla?
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
King Kong GBA has a different title in the US. Eat Z-Bugs. Adrenochrome. So good. EDG in a bit. Cursed level already.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
Is this the game music? Yeah, this is the game music. There's nothing else playing. Oh no, the snake broke the ice. Shit. Little bastard. Oh. I'm screwed. Oh wait, no, I could make him just go, okay. Need 2 blocks. It's a top tier game, pleasant soundtrack. It's just punishing and unforgiving. Whoa, what? What the fuck was that? A lot of times you just have to move shit around and see what happens. Oh shit. Damn it.
Willow ptarmigan, Lagopus lagopus.
So there's buttons now. Okay. And some new enemy. Think you're supposed to save them? Don't know for sure. Oh, that person that I killed? Or whatever that thing was? Uh-oh, time to shut off the game. Maybe. Dance in the void. Yeah, this I don't get. The game just shuts off, like to rest, and then you start in a new other reality or some shit. What if I say no? I didn't move on. Whoa. Yes. And the game shuts off. That seems like a mistake. Like the game is a fucking virus or some shit. But so far it's not really frustrating, and I don't feel like I need a map. This is preposterous. Okay, more story. Please, Your Majesty, I implore you to calm down. Calm down. That wretched daughter of mine is steering his kingdom towards ruin, and you implore me to calm down. Little good will result from impatience, Your Majesty. Oh, I've been patient with her more than you can imagine. But this has gone on far too long. Rumors have started to spread how one lowly king can't even get his daughter in order, let alone his dwindling kingdom. Have you heard the nickname they've given her? I'm well aware of the rumors, Your Majesty, and go find her and speak some sense into her right now. Tell her she will stay behind these walls until she obeys. If I delete, well, yeah, I am gonna delete this game, whatever, get a refund, but will my save information stay on Steam if I ever like go back to it? Tell her she will stay behind. Your Majesty, need I remind you of your place, Lady Grey? You don't know? Oh shit. This might be just a waste of time. Another day, another groom candidate off the list. Still in the 2-hour window? Oh, I don't know. Probably just barely, so I should shut it off. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, but I didn't really know you could only play for under 2 hours. Yeah, it says 114 minutes. So just barely. Holy shit. Yeah, I really needed that reminder, or I honestly don't think I even knew that it had to be under 2 hours. So fuck it. On to the next game. Who recommended this? Let's see his Discord. GG. Yeah, holy shit, I gotta keep that in mind. Somebody recommended this other game. Oh, Jarrett recommended Anna Lynn. Let's see how that is. It looks like an old school game. And let's see. Change the title. Anna Lynn. When's the poopy? Anna Lynn. Yeah, I don't know what this game is about. Achievements, credits, options, controls. No, don't really want to mess with this. Okay, now I could see that better. Only on and off. Okay. Give them Santa hats. Pac-Man, snake hats. Give them Santa hats. This looks familiar. Oh, you might have played this, Stonk. Spelunky. Looks like Pac-Man with snakes. And Spelunky. It looks like every old school game combined. Somebody remind me to stop playing this before 2 hours. Oh shit, it is Pac-Man. Oh shit. Oh, and the diamonds give you that, okay. Oh, shit. Got greedy. Saw somebody play it? Don't remember whom. Snake Man. Dig Dug. Aw, you little shit. Fucker. Yeah, it's pretty much Pac-Man in a different form. Oh, damn. Friday the 13th, Christmas, Switch, 405. Oh, what did you do? The fuck? Floor tap, the stream title has been updated. 405. I didn't know you could do that. You changed the actual title or some shit. Kiki Mama. Mama. When stream hits 405, you gotta switch. That doesn't always work. Sometimes Nightbot will let you if you're a mod. Yeah, weird. I never seen that. Oh shit.
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
yeah, little doesn't title doesn't always work. Sometimes Nightbot will let you. Okay, yeah. Gotta see if I could do that on Maka's stream. Or changing his title to whatever the hell. If he has Nightbot, probably can. Oh. Rock solid. Gooner music. Can disable it in Nightbot settings. Oh shit, I got the diamond. I didn't realize. Crap. Ooh, man. 3 lives or what? Continue. Holy shit. Man. When you die, try to put a hat on the snakes in options. Oh, you could do that. You have plant-based ground beef. What is it, soy? Oh, that fucker. Yeah, sneaky fuck. Damn. I think most fake meat is soy, wheat gluten. Snake there. Oh, you saw a snake hat option. Wheat gluten. Random vegetable. One time they made fake meat out of some mystery fungus. G Fuel. The G stands for ground beef. Corn. Corn. A good fake meat name. Oh shit, there's one right there. Whoa. Oh shit. All corn foods foods contain mycoprotein as an ingredient, which is derived from the Fusarium venenatum fungus. In most corn products, the fungus culture is dried and mixed with egg white, which acts as a binder, and then is adjusted in texture and pressed into various forms. The vegan formulation uses potato protein as a binder instead of egg white. I think you tried it once and it was like okay but expensive and still weird. I had a vegetarian girlfriend once. Oh fuck. Whoa. Oh shit. Score will be halved. Push start to continue. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, what the fuck? You guess Vegemite? Oh, what? You ever try nutritional yeast on popcorn? What the fuck? No, what is that? Is that like the yeast shit Aussies eat? Pretty bad, at least for you.
What are you
Vegemite.
doing?
It's like a powder.
What are you doing?
Yeah, but it's in
Me?
basically Vegemite.
Just hanging
and
around.
yeast. There's other shit. Actually, don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what Vegemite is. I do know it's like Australian. They put it on toast for breakfast or something. That it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, yeast product. There's another one, Khalid. Marmite. Garlic powder is pretty good. Oh yeah, garlic powder. I like that. Hot sauce is good. Yeah, throw hot sauce on it too. Hot sauce on pork rinds. Yep. Oh, fucking hell. Guess you could continue forever. Ooh, man. Hey, what's free money? What? Oh shit. GG. Nicely done, yeah, just almost died right there. Boom. Oh shit. Okay, what the fuck? What? Oh. So many little doors. Oh shit. Oh crap. Oh man. Getting chaotic. All those things never stop. Shit. Thought they were one-time use. Ah, fuck. Oh, they don't even kill the snakes? What the? Thought that was the whole point, to kill them. Uh-oh. Fuck, where's the last one? Oh shit, right there. Ooh. Only 99 more levels. Aw, you motherfucker. 2 hours, maybe not. Master of the Grinch, you can beat this game, no problem. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. 2 hours? Shit. I think the walkthrough actually says they did it in 2 hours. Oh, how the fuck did I miss that? Shit. If I just focus on collecting instead of trying to kill them. Oh. Clip still busted? Oh, did you try to do a clip? Oh, I didn't even notice when they started to fail already. Alright. Oh shit! It doesn't protect you. That sucks. They broke during the duck dance extravaganza. Oh no shit. Holy crap. There you go. Oh, fuck. Damn. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh. Damn. So much shit on screen. This is only what? Like level 7 or what the hell? Oh my god, fucking hell. Oh shit, cutscene. Big snake. Oh, come on. Okay. Holy shit. No escape. Oh. Ooh. Oh, round 11. Okay. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. You like how the game is literally 15% of your stream? This game? Game of the day? Oh man, what the fuck? Come on. %, of the video is the game. Oh. Yeah, it's these fucking borders are just as big as the game screen. They wanted it to look like an old school game. Like an arcade cabinet. Oh shit, bacon. Ah, no. Didn't get the bacon. It's just funny. Knew a guy once who added so many borders and graphics on his overlay. The game was like 5%. Yeah, let's see what it looks like on the full screen. Shit. Wait, I'll just copy and paste what I got over there. Game window. Copy. Paste. Full screen. There we go. Oh, that's dumb how it click away from the game and it does that bullshit. It's kind of weird. Why the hell did they make it like that? Anna Lynn. Put it to fucking Anna Lynn. Alright. Minimizing maxing the stream real estate. Babe is when people put their webcam big and the game small. Yeah. That's the opposite of what I want to see. Put their webcam as a transparent overlay on the game. So you see their face all over the game. Didn't mean to make you do work. No, this is nothing. Looking at it right now, yeah, I know noticed how tiny the game was looking. Whoops. It should give you an option to full screen the game, no borders or something. I wonder if that is an option. Oh, wait, that was everything? Oh shit, that was a quick one. You did cam overlay on Toe Jam and Earl once, and people didn't notice for a while because it was so light. There's a graphics option in options. Sucks you can't. Doesn't look like you can go back, and I don't think this game is saving my progress. I don't want to start all over and shit. And I'll never beat this game. Oh shit. Oh. Holy shit. Fucking snakes. Yeah, it's locked in arcade style. Yeah, I think from the little previews of the game on Steam, every picture of it looked like this. Damn. Oh my god.
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
Whoa, wait, how do you get in there? Oh shit. Gotta break those. Damn. Oh, oh shit, that wasn't everything. Alright, Godilla's gonna show us the worst video of all time.
MyGodilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Yeah, just beat that level. Everybody must witness this awful video. DDLG. Is your favorite rapper Godzilla? Sure. Duck Dance Large Grande. Why does she sound like Oscar? Yeah, song of the day. Yellow. What's up, McHer? Burn the house. Well, that was awful. Oh, it stays on there? Okay, I gotta click on the game. Worst video of all time. Oh, where's the... I didn't even notice the windows actually above everything. Oh shit. There we go. Oh shit. Coming right up.
Floor tap just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, floor tap. Palette, yeah. We need a palette cleanser after that fucking horrible video. Something that doesn't suck. I don't know if this is better. Video of the day. You see gnomes? Oh yeah, what the fuck? I guess that was better. Yeah, what was that about? Who knows? Oh shit. What is this, a boss? Sounds scary. What's going on? Item appeared. Oh. Oh, it is a boss. Flex Air was pretty good, a pretty good meme. I don't even know that meme really. What the hell was it about? Just that guy waving his dick around? There's like 3 videos some guy made. Oh. And that's his name, Flex Air. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Got a pickaxe for some reason. Don't know how to use it. Oh, okay, get next to it. Oh shit, robot snakes. You have no idea the true story? Flex Air is written on the side of the airplane. Okay. And the webms are called Flex Air 1.webm and shit. is Ricardo's origin story? Wait, who the hell is Ricardo now? I assume it's just another Ricardo meme. Guy with the dong. Oh, his name is Ricardo. What is Ricardo? Yeah, no idea. Seen that emote on Twitch for years. Brazilian male entertainer. Brazilian, of course. That's a big worm. Ricardo, he has a big worm. Oh, holy crap. Damn. Did not expect that. Oh shit. Damn, it's quick. It's too quick. Oh, what? Do I have to wait for him to stop? Oh, Ricardo's origin story?
Floor tap just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh no.
Can I get in here? I need to. Oh my god!
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
Oh, damn. Ricardo in your recommended videos now. Gonna be there. Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh. Algorithm has spoken. If I see one, I'm gonna put it on for everyone to see. I'm gonna add it to the watch later list. Snake Superior. I beat the whole game? Yeah, what a boss, man. Shit. Has it been 2 hours? Oh shit, it is? The credits? Another hour? Damn, yeah, GG's, thanks. I guess that's the game. Now I could put Santa hats on them. Exactly 1 hour. Damn, I thought there was gonna be 100 levels or some shit like Bubble Bobble. Oh, not that many levels then. Maybe they're secret levels, but fuck all that. What else is in the Discord? Is it time for Home Alone on the Game Boy? Or you can play so you can't do the continue. Different mode. Candy, all of it. Yeah, I was wondering what the snakes' names are. Candy, Sharp-witted Tinkerer, Randy, Short-tempered Head Honcho, Annalyn, Champion of the Mines. Thanks for playing. See you next game. Game over. Extra modes unlocked. Cool pixel art. Oh shit. New modes. You can now play the game in various extra modes. Check out the extras menu to find them. New palette. You unlocked a new palette, Stone Gray. You can change your current palette options. What, get up perfect? Clear in Mineshaft 2. Cleared the first 3 rounds without continues. Hot Stuff, True Blue. Didn't they say I got a different one? Stone Gray? You have to unlock different hats. Just looking at it. Well, I got the Hot Stuff one, I don't know. Where's the hats? Oh, snake hats. Oh, they just got whatever, shades, a cap, and looks like a cowboy hat. Yeah, it would have been cool if they did have Santa hats. No, there's just one button, so whatever. Extras, practice, random, cheats, turbo, Annalyn. Will not save high scores. Snake Order. The gray one, that's all it does. Option of day, gray palette was in there. Then you got it beating levels 1 through 3 without dying. Oh, okay, 18. Yeah. Damn, there's a lot. What the fuck? I like this one better though. So what are the other modes? Just random practice? Unstoppable. Defeat the boss without losing any lives. Clear the first 6 rounds. 9 rounds. Damn. Just never die. Finish the whole game without using any continues. Every bonus item in a full run. Damn, okay. Oh, but this... There's only these. Could probably do the boss. The first, boss. Where the hell was he? Wasn't there a first boss? Much easier to fight. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh shit, hey cheeseburger. Got the orange outfit you want. It's the best one. What's on main menu? I'll check right now, see what the hey Necro. Welcome in. Let's see. Cheeseburger. Let me try to kill this boss real quick.
Oh my god, I have to pull the miracle flag.
No problem, cheeseburger.
Oh, let's go, bitch!
I thought there was an arcade option or some shit. Oh. I don't know. I didn't see
disgusting.
Anything.
First.
Oh shit. Oh my god. No, this shit is still tough. Fucking snakes are annoying as hell. Oh, I forgot you could hit the little snakes. Damn. Alright, fuck it. Back to the menu. Let's see. Can't go further back, it looks like. Yeah, this is everything. Campaign, extras, options. Wish Unites didn't get such a ass patch. It isn't fun anymore. Like that game was a Savage got reported. It was nice. Can't help fucking suck. Unites the only game you can talk shit and back it up. Yeah, I don't know. There should be another mode or something, but guess they didn't feel like adding anything. What number was that? 16. Probably has to be online. Oh yeah. If you keep beating the game, maybe they open up more. You were lonelier, Kunta Kinte, a Merle Haggard concert. What is all this shit? Jesus Christ, this jackhammering Mickey Mouse. Best lyrics ever. Why don't you make Eminem sing all that? Oh man. Oh. Ugh. Damn. Quick retry. Oh, fuck. Man. A lap dance is so much better when the stripper is crying. Is that right? Damn, this motherfucker. Uh-oh, fuck you. Oh man. Yeah, you're 3:18 and gotta stop by 4:05. 40 minutes. Alright. I just wanna try to get this achievement. If I get that, that's good enough. Hey, PP. Welcome in. Should have seen the DDLG song earlier. Oh, yeah, maybe Cheeseburger would have liked that. Oh my god, you fuck. Oh. God damn. Shit. Oh man. Shit. Oh, fuck. So close to... Was that the last? Yeah, I think you hit him 3 times, right? Fuck. This game looks badass. Like how the snake attacks like it's biting. And the art. You were busy? Oh. Yeah, cause you missed that video. Ripping a couple hundreds worth of gigs in games because of fucking Nintendo. Money hungry. So this thing only falls when you go underneath. Sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time. Oh, fuck. Yeah, damn, not good to go into the corner. It. Better keep it moving. shit. Oof. Alright. Fuck. Right away. Nintendo has been getting some crazy stories lately. They love suing. Some of those lawsuits, I think they had no choice. Oh no, fuck you guys. Oh my god, you fuck. Dang, it takes forever to get out of there. Shit. I just needed 2 more. Oh damn, another base. So wait, is this round 16 is the final one? Thought I fought this guy 2 different times. That's gonna be hard to solve them. Too hard. Oh, fuck no. No way to get out of that. Oh man, he's got a lot of phases. You love Nintendo, but they even were trying to sue a small family because they made cool costumes. I don't think... Did they win that case? I don't think Nintendo could have a case with that. That's just freedom of speech. They're not stealing anything. It's like just making fan art. There's the last hit, but I don't know why I felt like I fought this guy an earlier time. We give up. The family quits production after threats because they got scared. Yeah, pretty crazy then. Versus SN4K3. Venom Den, Venom, Ice, Lava, Jungle. Damn, okay, so just one boss. Without losing any lives, that's fucking tough. First 6 rounds, first 9 rounds. Could probably do the first 6. Let's see. Now that I know this game a little. So you were spelunking around. Money, money, money. Wake up the poor innocent snakes. Wake them up from their sleep. Let's get the show on the road. Holy shit, damn. What I choose to send? What you choose to send? Oh shit. Gang bang. There we go. Oh fuck. Oh, I missed the fucking egg. Shit. shit, no. This one gets tough right away, I think. Fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh no, fuck. Oh. Oh, where's the shit? Damn. Pretty cool game. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. Not too shabby. Oh fuck. Damn, it is tough though, trying to even beat the first 6 rounds. That's fuck, without dying. I think that's what they want me to do here. There's a fried egg. Oh, and they throw themselves. Can get pretty tricky here. Oh. Or maybe it's without losing a continue. It's that, maybe. Oh shit, I'm down to my last life though. Fuck. Number 6. Holy shit, man. Oh man, fuck. Holy fuck. Damn. This isn't a retro game? No, it's It's made to look like that, but it's new. I don't know how new. You like that it's game references to Donkey Kong, yeah, Donkey Kong Jr., Pac-Man's, Spelunker. Yeah, it's pretty cool that they combined all of that. So yeah, it was about beating 6 levels without using a continue. Shit. Man, I need a free life. Seems like I should have got a free life already. Oh shit, what is that, pancakes? Oh my god, fuck you guys. Oh no. Damn. Yeah, I think I already ruined that achievement. New palette. Chartreuse. That's it for doing that achievement. Three, 6, 9, 12, 15, and the whole game without using continues. Every bonus item, perfect score in a round. Shit, what's a perfect score? In 3 rounds. Oh, maybe you gotta kill all the snakes when you get those diamonds. In every round at least once. Obtain every other achievement. I could probably do that. Let me see if I could do the first one. Wait. Practice mode number 1. One, 2, 3, 4. I mean, oh shit. Gotta make sure they're all together. Yeah, I think that's what it's gotta be. Perfect score. Oh shit, but I fucked up. Grabbing all the dots, or whatever, the coins. Try that again. No, too far away. Yeah. Perfect. No, no achievement came out. In 3 rounds. Get a perfect score in a round. Shit. Yeah, you can see that. Did someone suggest redeem this? Oh yeah. It's in the Discord, I forgot. Is it Jarrett? I was hoping he would pop in so he could see the game he requested or suggested, I mean. Let's see. Yeah, Jarrett. Let me make sure I don't go over 2 hours. Gonna stop this game. Confirm. Alright, and then what else we got here? After that, I checked out Void Stranger, that was Taps. Annalyn played Fist of the North Star. Oh wait, I didn't play the Fist of the North Star PlayStation 1. That's Godilla's suggestion. See how that is. He said it was pretty good. Did I play Home Alone yet? Oh no, I was planning on saving that one for last, probably. Oh, let me switch the screen. Where is this? Go back here. Now that the game should look not so tiny. PlayStation. Fist. Oh, it goes by this Japanese name. It was only a Japanese game. Okuto no Ken Saiki Matsu Kieshu Densetsu. Whatever the fuck. All that shit. You think you did play Home Alone? Don't think you liked it. But yeah, video says the Game Boy one is actually decent, and somebody was playing the, what was it, Sega Master System or Genesis Home Alone, and they said that was good. Oh shit, this game's not showing up. The fuck? There we go. Feel like if you tell that Japanese guy, he would punch you. Yeah, this actually looks cool for PlayStation. And they got the soundtrack. Like that music, that's for sure. Graphics are pretty straight too. Not too bad. Finally, Godilla sends us something good. Genesis Home Alone has great qualities, but is not straightforward. Like you can customize weapons and more traps. That is cool, but also complicated. You would not call it a bad game. It is good in your opinion, but it's a game that will give people a hard time. Okay, so yeah, the Game Boy one is a little more just easier to get into. That's what I want. So I don't want any overly complicated shit. Bad game for little kid Brian. You were probably very young, yeah. I mean the NES one, I don't know, did I play the Super Nintendo one? I know I played the NES one and I was fucking confused as hell. Like, the game doesn't really make much sense. You have to like have a strategy guide or some shit to tell you what you're doing. Eta. Oh, your kid brain? Okay, that's what you meant. Look at that. Awesome cutscenes. Pretty sure your brain still had a soft spot at the time. The Game Boy game is very straightforward. Most complicated thing is one level getting lights to match in one room so an item drops. Been a while since you played it. Not very complicated game at all. Damn. Can't believe they didn't want to bring this to the US. This would have been a fucking, I think, a popular game. These graphics are pretty fucking good for PlayStation back then. The voice acting, shit, everything. Oh shit, I should change the name of the title category, I mean. I don't know if I should call it Hokuton or whatever the fuck. Yeah, let me see. What was the name officially? And would Twitch even have the right game here? Hokuto no Ken. I doubt it. Hokuto no Ken Daiki. Holy shit, there's like a bunch of them. Oh shit, they do have it? Here it is, fuck it. Guess that's it. You actually got it there. Oh, nice. Well, you don't know how it would look on the actual hardware on CRT. What? Wait. Oh, video's calling you. So you played the one he's talking about? The Game Boy one? How it would look on actual hardware on CRT TV through composite video. Gotta say, emulated, this looks very good for PS1. I think it depends on which Home Alone you were playing and you had a hard time on. What was that? They want me to do something I do not know. You think it was for the Game Board or Game Boy Color? Don't remember because it was your cousin's. What you're thinking of is definitely Game Boy, not Game Boy Color. Yeah, it's probably a different game too. Like, if it's on Game Boy Color, it might be a totally different level layout or whatever. Gameplay might be different. Ta. I wish I knew Japanese. So you guys are telling you're not retarded. Take that, doctors and teachers. There's a combo system that randomly do the Oma wa Om Shinderu. Could have been Game Boy, and he played it on Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color was backwards. Oh yeah, compatible, but it could also be another game. Yeah. I don't know if they made two separate games. And there's a lot of story and everything. This game seems like much more high quality than I was expecting. There's that punk kid. His sister or whatever. You press the buttons that appear during a combo. That's her voice? What the fuck? That's not a little girl voice. What the hell? It's a man. Cue the Austin Powers clip. Oh, nice. You didn't need no keys. Oh shit, they're gonna kill the little girl. Just like the movie. Voice acting is weird in Japan. They have a girl. Oh, missed that. They have a girl that voice acts Goku and it sounds weird. Yeah. I never understood that, why Goku was like an old woman. I mean, I guess maybe when she started she was young, but yeah, it was always a woman. Shit, hey Mechas, you're back. Where? Oh, you said you were going to some Christmas church thing? How was that? Yeah, Goku, maybe it made sense when he was a little kid. Oh, ads are on. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me put this on Retro Arch pause. And I'll be right back. It was okay. Some musical shit. Oh.
Just in time, sir. You made it in time. You made it to You made it to St. Mark's Bistro. So why don't we go ahead and give you a lovely, lovely shout out here. The Prolotron 5000 is now covered in marinara sauce. Make sure you guys check out.
Yeah.
Hello, Raiders. Hi. I'm Prolocar. It's the Prolocar.
Let me put this on mute now.
5-player kill streak. I killed meets waterfall. Oh, ads for a cheeseburger. What? Rice bowl with a pork and egg. Alright. Fuck yeah. Awesome. I knew we could do it.
Nice. Good shit, Mako.
Maka's MVP? Oh shit. Maka's MVP. GG Mac.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
It's over or not? Okay, it's over, right? It looked like he was gonna fight me again. Shit. Redo? Sounds like Paul McCartney. What? That old guy? That's
The Grinch keeps getting caught by the who's who had thought he just wants to ruin Christmas this much as must have. I'm gonna get mad, beat the Grinch. I don't know he gonna try and blow.
Whoa. Gonna be so in the Christmas mood after this game.
Yosh Games Live asked me, why are they going to kill the top 1% and split up the rich people's money with everybody? The fuck you talking about, killing the top 1% and splitting up their money? That's some wild conspiracy nonsense, cocksucker. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You gotta keep your mind straight and not fall into that trap. It's just some crazy talk. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games, piece of shit.
Mediocrity. You're the type of person that'd get lost in a one-way street with a GPS. If brains were honey, you'd be scraping the bottom of an empty jar. You're like a bee that forgot how to sting. All buzz and no bite. But hey, at least you're consistent. Consistently underwhelming. Keep on buzzing. Maybe one day, you'll find the nectar of competence.
Freshman, Bolokar, as he's in desperate need of attention.
Hey, just in time, sir. You made it in time. You made it to class. You made it to St. Mark's Bistro. So why don't we go ahead and give you a lovely, lovely shout out here on the Prolotron 5000. It is now covered in marinara sauce. Make sure you guys check out Brain.
Yeah.
Hello, Raiders. Hi, I'm Prolokar. It's the Prolokar.
Let me put this on mute now.
5-player kill streak. I killed. Unless, oh wait, there is something different here. Alright. That's good. It's not total bullshit. Alright. Back. Should make a Christmas rap. Christmas time is here. Picking up your bitch with the reindeer. Always driving drunk, so you know you had a beer. Eta. Just let Eminem or Kanye West do it for you.
Christmas time is here, picking up my bitch with the ring. Always driving drunk, so you know I had a bear.
If only he didn't pronounce some of those words all fucked up. Always driving, he said. And pronounced beer like bear or some shit. Have I ever heard of Andre Nicotina? No. I don't know that name. Who was that? A rapper? Wait, how do you do this? The fuck? Oh, I get it, okay. Damn, this is awesome. He's a Bay Area rapper, but his old stuff is really amazing. Yeah, never heard of that. Andre Nicotina. Oh shit. They should remaster this in English. Oh yeah, I forgot. I wanted to leave a lurk for people who just showed up on Twitch.
In one of his raps he says, "Put your phone on your butt, it's a booty call, I'm about to come buzz nuts on all of you all, and I'm out half a blunt hanging out my mouth, 101 South, I smoke chewy like a motherfucking nut."
I don't know if you wanted that old guy to rap that. Nani? Oh shit, Stonk is streaming.
なあケン、あんな奴らに関わってねえで行っちまおうぜ。あ、バカ。
おい、お前たち。
なんだてめえは。
その老人を助けてやれ。
なんだと？てめえこのボウガンが見えないのか？
北斗神拳の前ではボウガンの矢など止まった棒に過ぎん。死にたくなければやめておけ。
北斗だと？バカめ。死ねえ
！Oh shit. Over here trying to do some lurks. Oh, Yosh. Damn, everybody's on. Yosh, mind scan. Alright, Yosh. You should always be ready, Gorilla. Gorilla. Especially with women. Oh, he's playing Splatterhouse on NES or Famicom. I mean, all right. Let's see. Hell. Oh no, they're gonna kill that old guy. Can I save that guy? Oh no, fuck. Damn it. Shit, I think they gave me more time. Oof. Oh shit, hell yeah. That didn't work? Weird. Wonder what's up with that.
Hey, my name is what, my name is who, my name is Sliminess, hey, my name is what, my name is what, my name is the fudge packer, hey, my name is what, excuse me, my name is who, my name is the new flicker, can I have the attention of yours, my name is what, my name is who, my name is the butt sniffer, hey kids, are you licking us, I let you to fill up my butt for one chance to be famous.
Famous? What the hell? Wanted Eminem to rap Slim Anus. Why does he pronounce everything fucked up? One chance to be famous. Does AI not know how to read? Wait, didn't I? Oh, I changed the title, or I mean the category. Okay, updated. Slim Anus is a song by ICP dissing on Eminem. Honestly, I think they were the only ones to have beef with Eminem on Scathe. Even Eminem disses towards them. Sucked. Oh, thanks for the lurk video. Huh.
次は貴様の番だ。地獄に送ってやるぜ。次は貴様の番だ。
You remember Slim Anus, whatever. Oh shit. Damn, two guys. Oh, I thought they were two giants, two freaking bosses. Uh-oh, it's gonna kill me. Oh my god. What a shitty camera angle they got. Boom, boom, boom. Right there.
次は貴様の番だ。地獄に送ってやるぜ。
Damn. Shit. Oh, you motherfucker.
北斗残海剣。これは708ある経絡飛行のうち遠いと言ってな。この指を抜いてから3秒後に貴様は死ぬ。
そんな、待ってくれ。
その3秒間に自分の罪深さを思い知るがいい。
嫌だ。俺はまだ死にたくねえ。死にた、死に。
Oh shit.
ケン、これで俺たちはキングに狙われる。早くここを離れよう。
小さ剣、蹴りをつけねばなるまい。
まさかキングを。ここがキングの町サザンクロスだぜ。
サザンクロス。
ん？どうしたんだケン？
いや、なんでもない。
ケン、守衛兵だ。
ここで待っていろ。
ケン、まったく大丈夫なのかよ。
ん？なんだお前は。知ったところで誰に語ることもできぬ。
この野郎、いいだけだ。
This shit's pretty cool.
ケン、ここが城の入り口みたいだぜ。
This game's alright.
鍵がかかってやがる。どうすんだよケン。ケン、通気口があるぜ。奥に明かりも見える。へへへへ。ここはバット様の出番ってわけだな。
無理はするな。
任せときなって。中から鍵開けてやるぜ。
But yeah, I think it'd be better to just put retro for this. Nobody gonna be searching for this specific game. Yeah, see combo system cutscene? Yeah. Now I know what they want me to press. I didn't understand what the hell those different fist pictures were.
いいってことよ。俺とケンの仲じゃねえか。
ここからは俺一人で行く。お前はどこかに隠れていろ。
ああ、ケンも気をつけろよ。
何者だ貴様。
ここがどこか分かってんのか？やろふざけやがって！
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh shit. I fucked that up. Is this a short game? It feels like I'm just gonna go through all the bosses and then yeah, this fat guy. Seems like it's gonna be a pretty short game.
やはり豚か。豚は豚小屋へ行け。人を豚呼ばわりするとはいい度胸じゃないですか。生きのいい獲物でやりがいがありますね。この辺りの豚はよく喋るようだな。
Power Party just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Forget. What the hell? Get this off. There we go. This game doesn't have good jiggle physics. Yeah, kind of hard to do. Back, alright, video. Welcome back. Okay, that was that was the whole thing. All right. Whoops. Got a snack. Had some toasted bagels with cream cheese. Oh, nice. Holy shit, he's huge. God damn. He keeps rubbing his belly. Yeah, it sounds really good. Oh, shit. Damn, what did he do? Shit. What? They were Hawaiian bagels, so they were sweet too. What's going on? Oh! Damn. Oh no. Oh. Oh. No. No, damn. Oh shit. No. Oh, fucker. Oh, fuck. Thought you could jump kick like that. Fuck. Alright, can I skip that? Whoa. Oh, fuck. Damn. Fuck him up. Oh no, got me. Jesus, come on. Fuck. There we go. Achievement, he debut. Damn. Awesome. Hawaiian bread stuff is amazing, just has more calories too. Yeah, I try not to mess with that either. Hawaiian bread, lots of sugar and carbs. Boom! Blow up. Shit.
Huh. 来たか、ケンシロウ。久しぶりだな。サザンクロスの主、キン。やはりお前だったか。シン、貴様に会うため、地獄の底から這い戻ってきた。わざわざ殺されるためにか。
わざわざ。
心配するな。ここにいる。
Yeah, this is pretty much the anime recreated.
それは今から1年前のことだった。
Pretty well done.
ゆっくり眠ってくれ。さあ、行こうか、ユリア。シン。力こそが正義。いい時代になったものだ。強者は心置きなく欲しいものを手に入れることができる。どういうことだ？ユリアは。
Yeah, it's identical. Yeah, they're telling the story like pretty damn good. Shit. Yep.
ユリア、俺を愛していると言ってみろ。
誰があなたをケンを殺せば私も死にます。
ほう。ならこれではどうだ。さあ、何本目に死ぬかな。
待って。
よせユリア。俺はどうなってもいい。だがお前だけは生き続け
You bet a ton of kids saw the movie this way because movies were super hard to get inexpensive back then. Yeah, the original, when it released, the anime series, man, you could only watch that if you were in Japan. The movie, yeah, would have been expensive back then. 1984 or whenever the movie came out.
もう一度あの地獄に突き落としてやろう。俺はもはや昔の俺ではない。主、俺を変えたのは貴様が教えた執念だ。ふざけ。ならばその執念のもとを断ってやるわ。
Oh shit. It was super violent too. Most kids probably played the video game. Yeah, I don't know. In Japan, when this came out, in whatever year, I don't know. This seems like it might have been early PlayStation, like 95 or something. Yeah, I think the anime by that time was so old it would have been hard to see. So kids in Japan probably were checking this out first time this way. And yeah, like it's funny that parents would probably not let their kid watch a violent cartoon or whatever, but video games, they don't care. They're not paying attention to what their kids are playing. So they would just let this fucking fly, not really notice. Oh shit.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
You remember your parents didn't let you watch violent movies, but you played Manhunt. Yeah, that's how fucking crazy it could get. I know that game is fucking nuts. Especially for a kid to be playing that. Hokuto no Ken 2 opening. Tough boy? Tough boy, tough boy. Oh shit, the kids are grown up. Living in the 90s? Fighting in the 90s. Doo-doo-doo-doo. That was cool. So that was Volume 2? Wonder. I think that's what it means, right? V2. Wonder what episode that would be when they change the title, the intro.
貴様は殺す。貴様に俺の剣が見切れるか。
Oh shit. Damn. He is a man who loved the same woman as I did. Ah, ta 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 ta. Sequel series? Oh. So not the original show? You remember you played the level where you had to kill homeless people with plastic bags? And never played it again. Damn. Souther is a bitch. Fist of the South Star. Manhunt isn't that bad, the real world is worse. There are no one-ups.
Miro Yuria, お前の町サザンクロスだ。この町のすべてがお前のものだ。何も考えなくていい。
Plus, Jaws Unleashed is more violent.
シン、私の心は変わりません。私の心が変わらない限り、あなたは同じことを繰り返すでしょう。いえ、もっとひどいこと。
ユリア、何を？
罪もない人が何人も苦しみ、そして死んでゆく。 そんなことは私には耐えられない。
Oh shit.
最後まで俺はユリアの心をつかむことができなかった。ユリアの中には
Eating dogs, kids, and old people. And causing ecological disasters. Good old Jaws.
は死なん。さらばだ。ケンシロウ。
Do you know more people die from falling coconuts than shark? Yeah, I think the shark deaths are pretty low. Falling coconuts, I mean that does sound dangerous, because those coconuts are pretty fucking big and hard as a fucking rock, and they're super high up. People gotta be walking underneath them all the time too. What the hell's this? Uh-oh, I don't know what I'm doing here. What? Okay. Whatever. Fuck this. Let me get out. Oh no. What? Oh god, what the fuck was that? Okay, shit. Bar. Rob's bar.
町に身を寄せるケンシロウの前に現れたのは。なあ、あんた強そうだな。うちの用心棒にならないか?
There's dogs in one of the side challenges and it's anatomically correct. Even has intestines and stuff like people. Don't think normal shark rules apply to Bruce. He can throw things and open doors. You don't think you ever heard of that shark? Is he like a land shark or something too? Or does he open, or how does he open doors?
砂漠で倒れているのを見つけたの。それでここまで一緒に。何でも人手を探しているみたいなの。お願いです。僕の村を救ってください。
村を。お前タキ
He floods entire buildings.
なんでこんなところに。パット兄ちゃん、パット兄ちゃんだ。なんで村を出てきたんだ。それに村を救えって何があったんだ。村の井戸が突然枯れちゃって水が出なくなっちゃったんだ。おばちゃん、僕たちみたいな身寄りのない子供がいるから村から出れなくて一人で井戸を掘ってるんだ。でもおばちゃん一人の力ではどうにもならないんだ。
Alright,
あのババアまだ生きてたのかよ。
whenever this cutscene finishes, gonna save it and then play Home Alone on Game Boy.
お前の村へ案内してくれ。
What the? Is that dynamite?
水か。奴は利用できる。それに俺の勘が正しければ
Home Alone.
サザンクロスを一夜にして落としたという。よし、我々のオアシスが見つかったぞ。奴らが水をもたらしてくれる。
おばちゃん、パット兄ちゃんが戻ってきたよ。それに手伝ってくれる人も見つかったよ。やろババア。せっかく俺が戻ってきたのに出迎えもなしか。どの面下げて帰ってきた。この道楽者のバカ息子が。ババア、このクソババア。おばちゃん。タキ、よく無事で戻ってきてくれた。勝手に飛び出して心配させよって。タキ、そちらの方が。 を手伝ってくれるって。
そうでしたか。わしはトヨと言いますじゃ。
村にとどまって子供たちの面倒。
はい。
Some crazy long cutscenes and shit. Would you guys kill a murderous shark that would target human beings but is as intelligent as a human being and is capable of feeling what we feel and even communicating with you through language? Kill him? Nah, just lock him up. Study him. I think it would be worth studying that amazing shark. And yeah, lock him up if he's a killer like that. Needs to be locked up. Oh yeah, no need to just kill him. A talking murderous shark. You turn him into street shark. Yeah. There you go. Make him a superhero. Fight the Ninja Turtles. Oh. Nice choice. Oh shit, water. We brought water to the whole town. And this really is fucking everything in the anime, the movie. Stuff we didn't even see. Lots of story. Nani?
村の方角だ。それも1台や2台ではない。まさか。
ケン、おばさんたちが。
戻るぞ。
Is this a movie or a game? This is a game with lots of cutscenes. Alright. Now I can save it right here. New fight. Save state. Slap 0. Save. Yes. Close. And look for the Game Boy. Regular Game Boy. Search. Home. Home Alone. The music. There we go. Dick pickles. That's Home Alone music, alright. Great to be out of the slammer, Harry. You said it, Marv. Did you round up the gang? Are we ready? I fixed everything. What about the brat? Is he home alone? Not for long, haha. I've been waiting a long time for this. Waiting. All that stuff. Jewels, VCRs, TVs. Oh, precious VCRs. And toys. I want that kid's toys. Okay, but first we grab their gold, jewels, and silver. Enough gabbing. Let's do it. You think you remember him from Rugrats? Dick Pickles? Oh, pizza. Oh shit. Oh, the fucker. And he stole a watch. Dick Pickles is half the reason the babies exist. Oh shit. Stealing everything. Have you had the... Oh, the banana peel, you mean? On the ground first when you got the item out, he would have slipped trying to get it and die. Go to the laundry chute and drop the items. A cookie? There's a cookie in the toilet? Kevin, eat your toilet cookie to grow up big and strong. Oh, you're collecting the pizza little by little? Oh, I see, yeah. Huh. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell? Wait, isn't that good enough? What the hell? Oh, I gotta shoot it? Or what? Water gun? Why did the slingshot do nothing? Yeah, I don't get it. Doesn't hurt anybody. Slingshot, Kevin sells his cheese pizza and type of pizza he likes in the movie. Your bag is full. You have to drop items. Oh, how many items? 6? Can only carry 6. Get that money back. Flashing bag at the top of the screen. Okay. Oh shit. Oh, fucker. But yeah, the weapons don't do shit. Slingshot can hurt the burglars, but only like a lot of shots, and you only get 5 right now. Okay. Whoa, fuck, who's that? That's not Marv or... What the... I don't know this guy. Oh man. You will also get other weapons in the game like baseball and a BB gun. Dang, he did roids. Yeah, what's up with that? Who the fuck is that? That guy was not in the movie. And what's that? What is that shit? Oh. I don't know what that is. But you can't touch it. Oh. Oh man. Yeah, so there's a bunch of... That's what they were talking about? There's a gang of them now? Holy shit. Oh, damn. In this game, Harry and Marv have a gang. Okay, now the neat thing about this game, Harry and Marv are final bosses in the SNES version, which is similar to this. Harry and Marv are normal enemies. It might sound weird, but that alone makes you prefer this version or the SNES. Those are toy cars on the ground. Oh, like Kevin said, as a trap. Okay. So is that not, that's not Harry? I thought that was Harry, the Joe Pesci. Oh shit, no, you fucker. Damn. Should've knocked his ass out. The fuck? Get over here. What? That's weird. You can't jump over there? Oh, 6. Okay, shit. You fill up on items right away. Oh, damn it. Where's the laundry chute? Pretty far away. Okay. It's a great final battle too. The shovel guy helps you. Oh, the old man with the shovel. Fight Harry and Marv by you getting Harry and Marv close to the windows for the shovel to come through the window and hit their heads. It's like that in SNES too. Weird. Damn, now I feel like maybe I didn't give the SNES or the NES versions a chance if they're like this. Cause now I kinda see what the hell the object of the game is. Like, I didn't really know it was about collecting all the jewels and all that shit, and the traps and all that. Oh, the NES is not like this, just the SNES. Okay, so yeah, the NES is really shitty then. Just as shitty as I remember it. Alright, got everything here, right? Oh shit. Oh, another cookie. Wait, so the pizza, it does what? Cause the cookies are for your health, right? Down there. The hits you could take. So what is the pizza for? Shit, and where do I go now? You weren't looking, but the thing you said that was like SNES was when you can not jump on the table and the item slowly comes to you. Oh, okay. So that was actually normal. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh, this? I need a key? Shit. I don't know about that. Where the hell's the key? Oh, I still got hurt. Fuck. Thought you could walk past. Damn, I don't know now. This kind of sounds like Halloween song. You get a key after you send down the laundry all the items that the safe wants. You can see how many are left on the top under the safe. Oh shit, I'm missing two? Oh, what? He fucking recovered right away. Shit. Oh, fuck that. Damn. Yeah, so upstairs maybe missed some shit. 'Cause I feel like I explored all this area. Oh, come on. It. I think because the burglars got items, they may be gone unless you get after you die. There's one item on the far left up the stairs and another on the far left of the downstairs. All the way left? Wait, not that banana, right? Make sure those upstairs you set the banana up for him first before trying to get the item out of the cabinet. So wait, so I have to start over? There's no other way around it? Cause yeah, they did steal, I don't know, I guess 2? Seemed like they stole more shit. Guess if you lose those items, you're totally fucked. Likely best you just reset. Damn, I can't believe the game would be that broken. There's gotta be like a way to get your items back. Oh. Damn. Come on, give it back. Damn, so you gotta just do a perfect run. Oh no, and they killed him. Poor Kevin is dead. Dude looking like Michael Jackson in one of his videos. 24 altogether. Oh, shoot the banana. Wait, how do you get that banana down there? And then get it? Okay. In the original game they had him hanging. That's what it looks like to me, like they just fucking hung his ass. And he's dead. The ending we didn't get. Okay, that I got. Yeah, that's 6. Now you're getting the hang of it. Oh shit. Oh man. So that's it? I'm screwed. Yeah, that seems really broken if that's the way this game works. One mistake and then trying to reset. Doing good with the traps. Oh shit. Yeah, Kevin's a little bit slippery. Not totally screwed. there was some margin of error for error. You think you can lose one item here? Here, don't know for sure. Oh no, shit. Oh fuck, don't give him that. Oof. Oh, not here. Bald guy is much tougher. Yeah, it's the other mooks. Seven to go. Whoa. Oh shit, what? Oh, he just hits the toy cars, okay. One. Oh man, what's up with him? Wait, where's the... No, give me that. Fuck you, bastard. There's... item in the... in either piano or picture, maybe both. Yeah, I think that piano had another item in there. Cause yeah, holy shit. Now it seems like I still would need 3 more. Two more. Okay. Oh, it's full. Alright, I guess there is more shit. So this is all just bonus items. Oh, that fuck. That's why he ran. thought I hit him or something and he scared him off. I didn't even notice that. Whatever the hell that thing was. Okay, well. That's more than enough. Check the TV too. And you could have missed all the items that the thieves can get a hold of. Still have found items to throw down the chute. Really? Enough? +1. And then the key just appears? Oh shit, it does? Oh no. Oh, the baseball is a weapon? Okay. Whoa, shit. What is that? What the hell? Oh, weird. Oh, I'm controlling this? Oh, what? Are these spiders? Shit. Why the fuck are they moving like that? Oh, shit. Just go left and avoid enemies. Tarantulas, just like the movie. Yeah, I couldn't tell what the hell they are. This looks like, I don't know, fire coming out of the ground. Damn, a big fucking tarantula. Oh shit. Okay, what the hell? Oh, it was... Wait, what the fuck is going on? Am I supposed to kill this thing with the brick? Okay, wait, damn. How many fucking hits? What? Oh man, bullshit. Oh shit, hey Jared, welcome in. Tarantulas just like, oh, holy balls, the scariest game ever. Too spooky for you. Oh yeah, thanks for doing that.
Gonna play Bone Town. It's gonna be on Discord, along with Honey Pop.
Playing some good old Super Mario Brothers.
Oh my god. No, Bamboozle. Shit. No. Damn. No. Shit. No.
Oh wait, Hammer Brothers?
Hate
This is a special Mario Brothers. Hello, hello. Oh, crowd control. So what do I do with this giant tarantula? Shit. If there's fuckery afoot, usually crowd control. Yeah, I was thinking that was just like a loop after beating the game like a few times. Loop 3 or something. Just keep getting the brick to fall on him and... Oh, man. So... You gotta hit him like 20 times or what? Three, 4, yeah. 5, okay, shit. What? Okay. Oh, we're throwing it in the safe. Okay. And you get a pizza slice. Yes. Alright. Kevin comes through a winner. Those guys were no pushovers. And uh-oh, better hurry to the next wing. Oh yeah, gotta save my toys. Yeah, this house is gigantic, right? That's a lot of nuts. All of Kevin's toys. Kevin got a big house in this game. Holy, what the fuck is this? I don't remember this in the movie, what the fuck? Oh no, here comes the fucking Terminator. Oh, there was a bucket. I didn't see that. Oh, what? He just comes back. Oh, come on, get up. Ah, fuck. There we go. Get the fuck out of here. Now he's dead. The song here is a sound-alike of Run Run Rudolph by Chuck Berry, which was a song in the movie. SNES version also has this sound-alike. Yeah, it killed him. Won't be seeing him again. Okay, I kinda hear it. Run Run Rudolph. Is there a secret here? Okay, pizza. What about that other one? Nope. Seems like should be able to do something with these picture frames or whatever those things are. Oh shit, could I make it there? Damn. One more. Damn, nope. I don't think so. What the fuck? Oh. Damn it. Wait, is that a toy or an enemy? Oh, I guess it was a toy. And now you could carry more stuff. Alright, where's the... There we go, laundry. Toy. Oh, so yeah, what was the pizza for again? Because Because I know that the cookies are your actual health or whatever. Pizza, no idea what it does exactly. There you go. Cookie. Toy. Oh shit. Helicopter toy. Baseball. Oh, I haven't used the baseball yet. Oh, you thought the pizza was for health? Maybe it was for extra life. You get enough. Oh, that could be it. Yeah, if you fill up the pizza on the top. Bag limit here 7. Okay, yeah. Wait. Oh no. Oh shit, you could bounce on this. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, shit. Does he come down here? Okay. Oh shit. Guess he's gonna stay now. I don't know what these things are now. Don't look like windows. Oh. Do I have to move this somehow? Seems like a puzzle where you gotta move the weights to these benches. Oh shit, no! Fuck. Throw a fucking baseball back at him. Kill his ass. Trying to attack you like a hawk. Oh, there's toys and these weird things. And pizza up there. Shit. You really gotta search everything. Could throw that ball hella hard to kill a man. I could just kill a man. Oh, again. Oh, what? Okay, didn't realize that was gonna come out. Oh shit. Does he move? 10 more. On the tiny boxes? Oh shit. Yeah, I think that they're good. Do you think someone could die from a rubber band gun in real life? What if they shoot you 1 billion times? 1 billion? Shit. That's a lot of rubber bands. Probably after 1 billion, that shit's gonna end up killing you. Worth checking. Did you hear the news? No, what's the news today, Macas? You got a chicken sandwich? Items are hidden in all sorts of places in this game. What did the news say? You're out of Fritos? Oh shit. Oh shit, you're right. The pizza was a 1-up right now. Saw that. Bam. Lots of boxes. And we're full. Time to take a trip to the gas station, Macus. Wait, baseball time. Holy shit. God damn, he takes a lot of hits. Oh, just for that. 7 more. Bald guy is tough. Yeah, man, what the hell? Takes like fucking 20 slingshot hits. Let's see. Oh shit, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Fuck. Oh, I bet they don't even count now that he's in a new room. Holy shit. And he recovers right away. That's fucking bullshit. Oh my god, and he's back. Damn, that fucking sucks. Fuck that. What? Another guy too? Shit. What? He has a magic hat. Driving to get more Fritos. Also bald, which means he's tough. Yep. Oh shit, what? How'd I get that? has a hat as a weapon, like that guy from James Bond. Yeah. Or Kung Lao. Man, this one's weird. I don't know if they put this up just to tease you. That fucking helicopter toy. Can you really get that? Damn, does not look like. Oh shit. Holy fuck, you gotta just jump at the right time. Oh, I just got that weapon. I wish you could duck and shoot. I don't get why they didn't. Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck. Switch. I just wanna fucking knock him down at least. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Come on. Oh, wait, his fucking hat went all the way? Oh, damn, they fucking changed the rules on me right there. Whoops. Go back. Hopefully he's far away enough. Oh, shit. Ugh. Not here, right? Oh my god. Fucking guy. Kung Lao's killer hat is based on that guy. That goes all the way when you stun him. Yeah, what a bunch of bullshit. Like, right when you think you're safe, his hat goes all the way. Oh man. Oh what? Wait a second. So the fucking water gun is just as powerful as or more powerful than the slingshot? Oh my god. Ah, fuck, he still got me. Oh shit. Damn it. Oh fuck. Okay, where's the laundry? Damn, nah, fuck that. Too many tough guys over here. Later prints of this game had, and the NES game, removed Macaulay Culkin's likeness. Damn, but they still called it Home Alone? Pretty crazy. Somehow doubt that prints of these games went long enough to lose those rights. Yeah, I don't know why they would even do like a second printing or whatever. Like, was there actually a high demand for more after the movie was, you know, gone from theaters and all that? I don't think anyone cared. Yeah, so where's the... Oh, to the right. There's a Home Alone. Oh, fuck. There's a Home Alone on PS fucking 2, and Kevin is not Macaulay Culkin. What the hell? So it's not even based on the movies and shit. never played it, but you have seen on YouTube the game came out in Europe. Also does not seem to take place at Christmas. What the hell? Yeah. So it's got like no connection. Oh no. Sounds like it has nothing to do with Home Alone. Oh shit, rats. Whoa! Oh man. These rats are kind of scary. Fuck. Oh, giant rat. That's funny. This is how they do bosses in this game. Oh shit. Damn. Fucking unpredictable little fucker.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
Oh, and Kevin's dead again. Aw, wait, they make you start over? Shit. Oh, wait. I left that Annalyn pinned up there all this time. Just noticed. It's 12 ounce mouse. I think that's more than 12 ounces, that fucking monster. Oh, no. You know, New York has giant rats. Yeah, I've heard, and actually I've seen like pictures of people after they kill some rats. They're holding them up and they're fucking huge. Like the size of a fucking dog. Like a medium-sized dog. They're as big as a Chihuahua. Bigger, yeah, I think bigger. Oh shit, I got 7. Laundry chutes. Imagine having one of those as a pet.
Jarrett 1991 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Off the soldier's gun, you may be able to reach the high picture. Oh. Yeah, some people think rats are cute, so I could imagine somebody actually having a pet rat that gigantic and shit. A big ass rat. Alright. See what's going on here. What? Oh shit. It just continued? Thought I took that off. The automatic play. Let's see. Settings, playback, stable volume. Very custom. Huh. Yeah, I don't think it should have played, but okay, I don't see the settings right here. DG, yeah, there goes DG. What the actual fuck? What you mean that was a new video though, right? That wasn't a continuation. Yeah, that was DG's video. It's just weird that it jumped to her video. I took off that autoplay thing. That annoying YouTube autoplay default setting. He's cool. God damn, that girl has no filter, but all's good. She's great. Yeah. She's having fun, usually. Sometimes she's playing some fucked up games that not so fun. They're not so fun. Oh shit. Yeah, here we go. So you said what? To jump on the soldier's gun to... You jump off the soldier's gun, you may be able to reach the high picture. Oh, this one over here? Not this one, right? Something else? Shit, cause yeah, that looks like I jumped as far as I could on that. Oh yeah, I think I did do that. Yeah, must have got this already. Not this one, other one.
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
The dog. Let you play the game. Omega. Jump on the table, the soldier gun. Jump right to another soldier gun and keep going right till you can jump up at the picture. Animal harassment. Run, fuckers, run. Oh man, fucking that pig was gigantic. Badass farm. Oh shit. Damn, even chickens want to kill squirrels. Fart. Damn. Barebacking that horse. There. Uh-oh. What the? That's cool. Not the goats. Your aunt's roosters kill mice? Huh. That's cool. Damn, I didn't know that. Chickens and roosters actually go after rodents. Hit her. Get her. Get her. Not the goats. Just go far left and first, then go right from the soldiers' guns. What the fuck? What crazy noises they make. Look around, find out, bitch. He's horny. Just flapping his gums. What the fuck? Horses are degens. Love it. Goats. You require goats. What was the name of this? Now it seems to be all goats. Funniest farm animals. Is this longer than 5 minutes? Oh yeah. How long is it? Shit. This 5. Okay, that goes on a lot longer. Gonna have to stop it. Sorry, Umbran. That was way longer than 5. Go to a chow on aluminum cans. Goats are dicks. Love cows. 9 minutes. Holy shit. You're fine. Male goats will hit you no matter what. Don't know why. Yeah, they're kind of assholes. They like headbutting you. That's just their nature, I guess. Oh, fuck. Okay, I've been here, right? They are beautiful degens. Sheep will too. Aw, fuck. Come on. Oh. Lurking Umbrin. Okay, thanks for the lurk. Far left. It's really weird because go to hit someone and mess them up. You've seen them mess up your friend before, but they still get easily killed by coyotes or even a coyote because because they're way quicker and moves around. Yeah, I mean coyotes are killers, so shit. They're hardcore predators. Goats are your spirit animal. Enjoy your lurk while we navigate this goat-filled chaos. Far left. Run, run, Rudolph. And then just keep going like that. Bam. So these gotta be like, oh man, really fucking. Oh shit. Okay, just to get that baseball. Ah, I hate that fucking trap. God damn it. He has 2 male goats and you never turn your back on them. And it's his goats and they still fuck him up. Yeah, just keep going like that. Wasn't an item, but it was at least a weapon. Okay, yeah. Could have sworn there was something here with those stupid square things. Oh shit. Nope. keep in mind you can get things through elaborate ways like that in the future levels. Have you walking and jumping on top of various things. Yeah, I'm like pressing up to search on like everything I run into. And yeah, trying to look if you can jump from one screen to the next. Damn. Laundry chute seems far away. I wish they had more than one on each floor. Alright, 12. You think level 3 there's tiny things on the wall you can jump on, and it does not look like you can jump on them either. Oh. So just be suspicious of it, any stupid little bullshit thing in the background. Like, what's up with those? What are those things? Little blocks. Picture frames with no pictures. Here we go, the second floor with all the tough guys. There's one. Oh yeah, the water gun's the best, right? Fucking. Oh shit, still fucking blocking the way. Oh, he like doesn't even give a shit about the toys or anything. Wait, one baseball knocks his ass out? Oh shit, I didn't see my health. Damn. Fuck. Imagine going to a house but all the pictures frames are just or just mirrors. Some have little suits, and when you look at yourself in the mirror you see yourself wearing that suit. What? Okay. Well, the baseball really is this guy's weakness. Oh shit. Oh fuck. But you gotta make sure you jump. Damn. Take a lot of damage here. Shit. Fuck. What the hell, these guys? Oh man. Ugh. That's some dog shit. Oh wait, that guy killed me, right? Okay, yeah. And somehow you gotta get this. Holy shit. Does not seem possible. Okay. 6, one more. Oh shit, I should try to get free life. Oh shit, I got 7 already. Oh. Oh yeah, they got a ton of surplus. Time to avoid these fucking guys. Oh fuck, how many are there on this floor? Shit. Oh my god. Like fucking 6 6 tough guys. Alright, back to the rats. This shit looks so fucked up. Oof. Oh, fucking rat. One, 2, 3. Oh. 4. Whoa, what the fuck with these jumps? Oh, damn. There we go. Oh shit. Guy's in the mid-air. There we go. Ooh, shit. That's right, folks. Kevin McAllister. Remember that name. He's the best I've ever seen. And whoa. The electronics wing. I can't let those jerks clear it out. Oh, now it's VCRs and shit. Oh, thanks. Rat bastard. We got him. We got the rat bastard. Oh, so is there endless continues in this? I don't want to end up having to start all over and shit. 42. Oh yeah. Can I carry more stuff now? Let's see, 4. Oh damn. Oh cool, it just goes away. Oh, you what? You could stand on this? Looks like the baseball's the best weapon, probably. Oh shit, a Game Boy? Got a Game Boy there. That little tiny thing at the bottom of the screen, you can jump on it. Let's see, back here somewhere? Oh, this shit. Could jump on this. But there's nothing here. Yeah, I guess. What is that? An outlet? Oh, what could that even be? Did I miss another one? Shit, no. Nothing here. Yeah, it's weird. Some of the stuff you can actually jump on. Okay, so that's good for 2 items there. Looks like a phone jack. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Jumping on a tiny ass phone jack. Yeah. How the fuck could you even stand on that? That shit barely sticks out like a couple centimeters. Oh shit. Nope. You know what? Baseball time. Oh shit. Oh damn. Oh, the TV's on top of that stupid phone jack. Could barely see that. Well, why does the baseball just fucking disappear? Oh, that fucker. Damn, fucking stole it. Do these count? Probably not, I guess. Damn. I thought only Harry and Marv like to steal shit. Not these guys. You don't want food either. Oh, ran out. Oh, damn. Where's Kevin's cookies? He took a Game Boy. Yeah, that's the worst fucking crime. One of Kevin's fucking 10 Game Boys. There we go, cookie. Oh, you can carry 8 now. Where's the laundry chute now? Fuck, that's tough. Stealing someone's video games is one of the worst crimes. You should know, sadly. Yeah, it happened to me too. Some people have stolen my shit. My fucking games. I know how shitty that feels. Oh wait, you could climb this. Weird. What the fuck? Oh, was that Buzz's room? Kevin breaks his shelves, right? And that's how the tarantula escapes? Kinda remember that shit. Oh man, come on. Oh. Damn it. Wait, there's a way to get rid of them permanently, right? I think, was that the screen? That was probably the screen where you do it. Ray McHurp. Yep, he broke the shelves, but why are they so many Home Alone movies? Dropping iron, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That iron, that one screen. They made so many because they made so much money. That's why anybody does anything. That's why companies do. They think it's gonna work. Every single time they make a new one. The old man looks like Shirley the Creep. Old guy from the movie. Shirley the Creep. That's the actor's name or something? You thought they made 2 of them. You forgot about part 3? Damn. Oh, come on, get up there. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh shit. Fuck you. Get out of here. Damn. Man, this guy. Holy fuck. Oh, I probably searched this place already. Leslie Nielsen? Wait a second. What? Dropping iron. Old man looks like Shirley. But that was McHurst saying some weird thing about somebody named Shirley, the creep old guy. I know the Leslie Nielsen Shirley joke though. Shirley was the guy in the movie who lived down the street who spooks Kevin. Okay, I never really knew that old man had a name. Thought he was just the old man. Oh, you motherfucker. God damn it. Why was he on the right side this time? Bastard. $21 still to go. Damn. Oh man. gets up right away too. Oh, fuck. God damn. Alright. Still need a bunch of pizza slices to get a free life. $21. Okay, looks like 3 more. 21 electronic things. More. Oh shit, what's up with that ladder? How can I get up there? From this side? Shit. Nope. No way in hell. $14. And one more pizza. Yeah, what's the joke? Surely you must be joking or some shit. Then Leslie Nielsen says, I never joke. And don't call me Shirley or whatever. I don't need to mess with him. Just want to throw a baseball at him though. Fuck you. Oh, I am serious and don't call me yeah, okay. That's the joke. The great Leslie Nielsen. VCR up there. Boom. And 8 more. 7 more. Damn, cookies everywhere. Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit, is this the place you were saying? Fuck. I don't want to die here. Fuck. You gotta do something with the light switches. You like that all the TVs have westerns on them. Fell from the sky. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh man, you gotta do these the right way, right? Gonna wait for Vidya. Do you know the combination of switches? Shit, how many combinations could it be? And I wish this was in color, cause okay, some of them are off. Some of the lights are on. Okay, this is the light puzzle. Shit. Yeah, it's fucking tough to even tell what the fuck is going on here. You don't know the combo, but you have to either get them all on or all off. So get them all to match. Shit, I'm gonna look for it because looks like I'm about to die, or I could die here. Home Alone. Light switch puzzle. Game Boy light switch puzzle. Just tell me the answer. I don't want to go through every combination. I think it's all on. Yeah, that's what I was trying to go for. All on. This guy says he knows the answer. Okay, yeah, it says somewhere. Oh, you gotta turn all of them on. Damn. Okay, found it. Up, down, down, up, up. Alright, let's see. Up. Up, down, down, up, 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 down. Okay. Oh shit, that was it. I just needed that last one. Scares them off. Okay. Damn, I was that close to getting there. Hey, Dreadbread. What's up? Yeah, I don't need to mess with that anymore. Started up this Home Alone game. 6 more. Wait. Yeah, 6 more to go. Pizza. Free life. Yeah, hell yeah. I wonder what they give you if you go over. Oh, there's a can't do you get like free lives if you get more? More than... And what's up here? There's no way you could go over there. 2 more, save Christmas.
Oh shit!
Oh! What was that? 2 more to save Christmas. Let's see, can I actually jump? Oh shit. There has to be some point to this, right? Why would they make this here? Not. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, what? Secret part of the game. More Game Boys, baseballs. Shit, ton of stuff. Oh, maybe when I thought I ran out of items in the first level, there was probably a secret room like this. That game looks cool. Precise as fuck platforming. Yeah, what's up, Home Alone? Who told you to make this fucking precise jumping bullshit? Oh shit. Okay, you could jump on that. And there you go. Man, there's a ton of shit up here. What the fuck? Oh, and this is the other side. Okay. Alright, not bad. Surplus of 5. Oh shit, hey, Shell of a Hero. Doesn't sound like Carol of the Bells at all. Yo, been a while since been able to catch one of your streams. Yeah, well, welcome in. Thanks for stopping in today. Oh shit, where's the door? Okay, yeah. Everything's cool. Who's the boss here? Do you stream, Shell? Am I following Shell of Hero? Sounds like I would have been, yeah. Okay. Let's see, shout out. Yeah, you do think you... Yeah. I must have checked out your stream from time to time. But also, it's like I follow other people with similar names, like Ninja Turtle related. So I was kind of just wondering. There's one of the Mortal Kombats, right? Can't tell which one exactly though. Part 11?
Aaron Black.
Never got to play this one. Big Game Boy person, so You'll get to it. Yeah, I've never played this one. I only played the NES and Super Nintendo one, I think. Oh, you got one? Another shout out video.
That's promising.
Well, there's Bionic Commando.
Say what?
Rearmed, I think it was called, or oh shit.
I hit the wrong button for
What a
one.
way
I knew
to
that
die.
wasn't gonna work.
What do I think of it? It's actually much better than the NES one. I feel like I actually know what I'm doing in this game. The NES one, I still don't know how to play that exactly. I don't know. It's kind of weird that one. But this one's kind of easy to follow. Six something years ago. Shit. Yep. Never know how old these clips are gonna be sometimes. Oh shit, what the hell? What is this? Asbestos? What's going on here? What are these things? Shit, they're gonna kill me. Oh, what? The fuck? Oh, this is fucking weird. Shit. Oh man, this is some crazy ass shit they make you do in this game. Oh fuck. And I'm dead. Damn it. Oh shit. Fuck it, I'm gonna save state it. I don't wanna do all that shit over again. The walkthrough on YouTube, well, one of them says this game is like 37 minutes. It's decent, decent game. In your opinion, recently had Omega play Grinch on Game Boy Color. Oh god, oh shit, you know that game, Shell? Are they like dust bunnies? I don't know. Fucking what could that be? Looks like mice. Oh, but we fought mice or rats in the last one. Ghosts, yes, it could be ghosts. There were rats, yeah, last level. It was like 2 hours. 337 minutes times 5 hours. Yeah, the Grinch was good, but damn, it took me like fucking 20 or more hours. I don't know. Took a long fucking time to beat that game. Super small ghosts. Probably ghosts from babies. Oh shit, okay. Let that one fly. Oh man, it's kinda tough. Oh fuck. Damn it. And Kevin's dead. So yeah, they would have me start all the way 42, 43 fucking items to get. Nah, fuck that. But I only got one hit, so that sucks too. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, no. Fuck that. Oh, what the fuck? Shit. Okay, save it here. Each screen needs a new save state. Damn, what the fuck? This timing seems different now. Oh, fuck. Okay, let that one go. One more. Fuck you. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that is a fucking ghost. That has to be a ghost. I don't. What else could that be? 1, 2. Oh, you got me right there, fucker. Did I miss something here? You could dance to this. Keep seeing drones. That was a curious one. Rats and Bats retro game trope, 80s and 90s. Rats, bats, black cats, the biggest baby ghost. There's a damn ghost in the SNES Home Alone too. Oh, okay. Kevin proves that Ghostbusters should have just threw bricks at the ghost. Alright, load. Try this shit again. Oh, fuck. Not cool. Damn, how did I fucking jump that ghost? What? Wait, how did I avoid him then? Okay. Oh. Damn, this motherfucker. Okay, get out of here. What? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Oh damn, miss. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit, I was right when I was thinking of just save stating each hit. Fuck, man, it's really more precise fucking bullshit you gotta deal with, man. Look at that fucking shit. Alright, fuck that. Ooh, back. What actually
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Electricity. Like the Ghostbusters use some kind of electric or whatever's coming out of their proton packs. Department of Defense launched a missile called Dark Eagle. They're probably just looking for pieces. Anal? What? Twitter comments, Wood Wrexham. You can't kill something already dead. Yeah, you can only trap them. Oh, look at that shit. Right away fucks me up. Nope. Oh shit, one more. Oh, I don't know if I should save right there. Because the ghost is gonna come out. Oh, what the fuck? You came out right under me? What kind of weird shit is that? I mean, he came out right on me and shit. Why? How did he appear there? Shit. Okay, what the fuck? Hey! Oh shit. No way. How many fucking hits does this guy fucking take then? Look at that shit. Right underneath him. It's fucking boss. I really am gonna have to save state each stupid hit now. Can't kill. Yes, protons come out of the pack, hence the name. But what are protons? Oh shit, look at that. That's funny. A dead ghost. And a pizza. Whoa. Oh, that's what you get for extra items. More pizza. He does it again. Nothing's too tough for this kid. That should teach those bozos. Hey, I forgot. Our pets. Dad says they're rare. And they cost a fortune too. Hang on, fellas, I'm on my way. Oh shit, how many pets does the family have? 70 pets? What the fuck? Zombie ghosts? Photons reminds you of Jimmy Neutron? Basically molecules that are red hot. Yeah. That's the type of special shit you need to take care of a ghost. Oh wait, is that a baseball on this fucking thing? Nope. 70 pets? What the shit? 4 is a pretty big level too. So like a microwave. Yeah, that's what I think of too. Heated molecules. Oh, and the enemies? Is that a pet? Oh, okay. Oh, new weapon? Oh, fucking BB gun? Cool. Maybe that shit will actually hurt the enemies. Little dog. Yeah, they got 70 fucking pets. Hamsters, dogs. Oh shit. Oh. Ah, shit. Oh, no way. BB gun doesn't do shit. Damn. And that was... But I get to start here, right? Yeah, so fuck it. Might as well save this. Put a ghost in the microwave to kill it. Why the hell would the wet bandits steal pets? Yeah. They never cared about that. Oh shit. Oh damn. Oh shit, I thought the trap would reset. Damn. This fucker's fast, what the fuck? Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, fuck. Oh, I hate the way Kevin actually slips like that. Oh, he doesn't go on the attacks. Oh, fuck. A cat. You got every type of pet. Damn it. Oh man, they really made this tough. Nothing but the strong fucking guys. Wait, I should at least see what the hell's over here. Damn. Oh, just that one pet. Fuck. And is he walking faster than normal? That's fucked up. Put the microwave on popcorn. People were stealing French bulldogs and still are. You think some people have been killing people for it? For the French bulldogs? Damn. This fucking music, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to listen to that music non-stop for too long. Kevin skipped leg day and now he's paying for it. Yeah, with his weak little jumps. Wanna see this one chick's butthole? Yeah, that's wrong. You hear the awful carol of the bells one? He's way yeah, right? This shit is nuts. These unstoppable Terminators are now fucking 3 times faster. Some bullshit in this game. Not even this fucking BB gun really does shit. Oh, I missed. Fuck. Alright, take his ass out. Oh, barf. We got a barf sighting. Oh, hell yeah, cookie. And a baseball.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
Round one.
Doing the duck.
What's up, barf? BB gun is a beast. Is it? It is?
Doing the duck.
Okay, I gotta use it then.
Now raise your hands in
Give
the
it a
air. We're
shot.
gonna shout it out loud. I just love to do the duck dance and shake it all around.
Music,
I tell you
right?
that it's easy if you follow me now. Cause my name is Baby Huey. I'm the
Sleepy
biggest
most of
duck
the
in
night
town. Doing the
after
duck.
work. Oh,
Doing the duck.
easy.
I like to know how to swing. We're doing the duck dance.
Is the whole world gone? Mad?
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed tag dance.
Yeah, what if the kid accidentally picks up a real gun, kills the robbers? Well, shit, you have the right to kill anybody that breaks into your house. So, that would be alright. It would be justified. Let's see, so, oh. There's one over here, one of those fucking big guys. This movie came out in 1999? No. This came out like 91. Or maybe even 90 itself, I mean. Definitely not late 90s. Holy fuck. Oh man, I should have just taken one hit and fucking. Oh shit, banana peel? Fuck. Oh my god. Wish I knew there was a banana peel there. Okay, yeah, 1990. I think Jarrett is talking about Baby Huey's. Oh, okay, yeah, that one did. Yeah, I think so. 99 for that Baby Huey thing. Yeah, and it did come out in 99. Yeah, that came out in 99, but looks like it's from the 80s or some shit. It looks super old. Oh shit, I got full bag of pets. Where's the laundry chute? Wait, I gotta just jump this down. So many fucking pets. Jesus Christ. You can pick up that frog, sure, yeah. There was a frog like in one of the first parts earlier. What a way to end the decade. End it with the duck dance. What the fuck? Why did they put these things here if you don't get shit? Oh, there you go. One cookie? That's it? Kind of a ripoff. Alright. You say too many, the game says not enough. Why not 100? Wait, that wasn't the amount of pets I collected right now. Pile looked like bullshit. Oh yeah, did I get every one here? Oh, there we go. A frog in the fucking plants. You love all the pets get dropped perfectly, still don't down the chute. Yeah, no injuries. And none of the pets are fighting. They're all perfectly quiet and still. And get stacked on top of each other. Oh no, fuck. Maybe Maybe the gun works on him. Wait, what? Fuck. Just disappeared. Oh, one up. Hell yeah. Oh, yes. I wasn't sure if he dies with enough bullets. Thank God. Oh, no, what? Aw, I didn't even fucking know there was gonna be a pet right there. The guy just took it, son of a bitch. This game is basically if the burglary happened all in his mind. That's just the theory. Oh yeah. Well, the gun is pretty cool then. Actually kills the enemies. Oh shit. Oh no, another. Oh, this looks easier though. Can I kill this guy though? Yes, awesome. Oops. It looks like all of them are on. Oh man, what the fuck? Are they fucking for real with this shit? Things are tougher. Scary ghost. Where's the next puzzle? Let's see. Oh, turn them all off? Maybe. I'm looking for the answer on GameFAQs. First part of the room. Check the right. Some more. Would be a good time. Return laundry room. Open it. Okay, also find slingshot. Yankee Thug deliver a few shots with the BB guns. Kill him off, just knock him cold with your slingshot. Take the wall climber. Pick up the slingshot, you'll find the very top, then proceed. Man, what the... Damn, I don't know. Can't even find it. There's so much information on this shit. Damn, yeah. I'll try to just turn them all the lights off. Nice Bart, stripper Bart. Bang bang bone. Yeah, maybe it is shutting all of them off. Damn, I don't know, this is fucking annoying. Fucking hope I get some shit by accident. Snaps out of it, wakes up, seeing his family laid out all over the house. It was just them trying to get in to check on Kevin. So it was all just a fever dream. Oh shit. Damn it. Wait, what? Oh shit. Just made him disappear. I don't have a shotgun. Damn. Oh fuck. Yeah, none of those weapons do shit. No, he fucking took the damn dog or whatever. Sprayed some stranger be gone. Oh man, took one of the pets. Oh, and he's still alive. This fuck. Oh, come on, man. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, I got 6 right now. Fuck it. Damn, 48 to go. Am I near the end of the game or what? How many more things do these fucking thieves want to steal? Yeah, how do you do this shit? Maybe jump over this guy? Oh, what? Damn. What doesn't seem right? All of it? Oh, fuck that. Damn it. Oh, shit. Damn, he doesn't die. Just got that. Oh shit, there's the gun. Whoa. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, thank God. He dies with that. Or, oh no. What? Ah. Crap. Oh, man, come on. Oh yeah, 44. This is the last level, right? They already tried stealing jewelry, electronics, pets. What else did they try? Oh, it is the last? Damn, okay. Yeah, cause this is a shitload of stuff they've already attempted to steal. Aw, oh, son of a bitch. What the fuck is this? Did I just die here? I don't trust that. That looks like you just fucking die. And save state that. Oh, what the? Oh, is that how the stairs always looked? I don't know why now that made me think that that was just a giant fucking hole in the floor. Oh, fuck. Damn. Oh, shit. Wait, what was that? The fuck? Why did it say ouch? Oh, man. And kill everybody then. Oh shit. Oh, that was like an entire pizza? The fuck? Damn, that was crazy. First time I got that, whatever the fuck it was, made Kevin fucking invincible. Murder of so many people. Oh man, that's a lifesaver then. There were so many bad guys there, shit. Okay, now I can go into these rooms. Okay, I went into that one already. Yeah, what could that item even be that makes Kevin go crazy like that? Whoa. Wait, what was... that was weird. Something was climbing up? Oh, like a bird, okay. Something was climbing on the ceiling. I got the gun, right? What? Shit doesn't hurt? Fucking asshole. Alright. Damn. So weird, some people get hurt by the BB gun, some don't. Oh shit, yeah, I still gotta get this. Baseball seems to do the trick. Oh, what the fuck? Alright. Oh shit, there was a cookie. Fuck. Man, so many fucking rooms. Alright, wait, damn. Uh-oh, how do you do this? What the fuck? Isn't there always a way to get every item? What the hell's going on? Yeah. I don't know. Something weird about that one. Whoa, shit. Oh man. No, give me that fucking frog, you piece of shit. Damn. Might as well get rid of these. Oh shit. Ooh, man. Pile of pets. 70 pets. Oh. Whoops. Oh shit, you could kill him. The fuck? Damn. But not the BB gun. This fucking music? How have you not lost your mind? That's what they said about the Grinch on Game Boy Color yesterday. I don't know. I just phase it out. Cause I'm trying to focus on beating the game. Is there an option to take music off? No. At least not right here. Shit. 26. Hey, what? Oh, there we go. How come we didn't come out the first time? 26, 24 to go. If she has a boyfriend and talks to you when he's asleep, he belongs to the streets. Ancient Chinese proverb. Okay, damn. Get rid of his ass. Oh shit, the banana was there. Fuck. Could've got him with that, but oh well. $22 to go.
Willow ptarmigans, Lagopus lagopus.
Alright. We're getting there. To the 3rd floor or something, I think. Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck. Yeah, damn it. $20, $19, $18, $17, The drones are satanic extraterrestrials here to damn our souls to hell. Just kidding, it's a government cover-up called Project Bluebeam that's meant to falsify an alien invasion of the return of Christ using holograms. Cool. Sounds great. $13. The Ptarmigan prophecy. Oh no, fuck. Shit. Oh no, fuck you. Can you die? Shit. Oh, you can fucking die, thank God. Shit. Man, that took so many fucking hits. Oh, thank God, there's a cookie. Alright. Oh, there was a fucking bucket to hurt him. Alright, well. Oh shit, no, you motherfucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. Damn, man. Now is there a trap to get him? You have to admit something strange is definitely going on. Lot of change in the world. Well, did you hear Cheeseburger Cats? He said that there's drones all over New Jersey. So you might be onto something. Something weird is going on. Yeah, down here too. Yeah. Who knows what the fuck, what's gonna happen. Oh, what? What the fuck? Oh no. Damn. Fucking didn't expect all that. Oh no. Zero lives, fuck. Save stating this shit for sure. Damn, how do you get that without... Oh, is that lizard crawling up little by little? Oh, I got a free life, nice. Okay. Here we go. Oh shit, bats? First time I see bats. Can I kill the bats? Nah, it does not look like it. Fuck. Whoa! Oh shit, that's a frog over there. Oh, what? Damn. Shit. Man, tiny window to jump through that bullshit. 3 more. We got 4. And there they are. Yeah. 4. Now let me get the hell out of here. Oh wait. It's all the way to the right, I think. Oh, no, I still need to throw these down the chute. There we go. Final part of the game, alright. Kevin gets locked in there for the 4th or 5th time. Oh no. One of the bosses should have been the furnace. Is this gonna be the furnace that Kevin was afraid of? Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, these stupid air vents fucking move now. Ah, bullshit. Motherfuckers. What the hell? Fucked me up again with... Oh, what? And at that point, they would start me all the way back. Oh shit. This sadistic fucking game. Not playing by their rules. Fuck 'em. They only seen the trailer and not the entire movie. This is what they had to go on. Yeah, I wonder, when did they make this game? Like, before the movie came out? Without any information? part 2, definitely. They were making the game, trying to release it when the movie came out. Oh wait, am I going this way? Ah, fuck it, there's a chute anyways. Most likely, that's usually how it went. Yeah, if they planned on it being a huge hit, then yeah, they already had the video game in the works. Oh no! Alright, definitely safe stating this shit. Don't wanna go back. Oh shit. Fucking weird ass. Oh, what? Damn. Oh, I don't know about this. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Just get slightly close. Whoa. Oh, that one didn't seem like it was gonna go. Huh. Alright, Jesus. Oh shit. You little punk, nobody beats the wet bandits twice. They'll owe you for that nail in my foot and a BB in my face. Oh shit. Oh damn. Do I stay here fighting them? Okay, yeah. Oh shit. Definitely safe state this. Oh, that's bullshit. Wait, what the fuck? What? The fuck? Get the BB gun and shoot his ass. Oh, okay, that's the only weapon? Okay. Oh, why did I run into that? Damn. Let me save state. Oh shit, no, I fucked up. Switched. Switch the weapon. Are you sure it's this? In the face? Oh. Well, you said ass. Oh, fuck. So I wasted a bunch of bullets. Okay. Oh. Who left the sink running? Wait, was I standing on the sink? Shit. Because that would have been nice. Just stand and shoot. Okay. Alright, I'll take a little break. Save state. Even though I did get hit, but fuck it. Two minutes till the ending of this game. Be right back. Badass. see. Pounder. Yeah, everybody was on top of their game. Good job. Meets waterfall. Oh, ads for a cheeseburger. What? Rice bowl with a pork and egg. Maximo, you fool. Time to turn into a xenomorph. Straight up fucking alien. Just like Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Yosh Games Live asked me, why are they going to kill the top 1% and split up the rich people's money with everybody? The fuck you talking about, killing the top 1% and splitting up their money? That's some wild conspiracy nonsense, cocksucker. Ain't nobody doing that shit. You gotta keep your mind straight and not fall into that trap. It's just some crazy talk. Stick to the stream and enjoy the games, piece of shit.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
It's over or not? Okay, it's over, right? It looked like he was gonna bite me again. Shit.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Damn, okay. It just ends like that. Hell yeah, Maximo. Maximo's fucking awesome. Just played it again months ago or something. Or wait, damn, month and a half. I think it was around Halloween or something.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
Yeah, I think that was a Halloween game. For me anyways, for me to play. Let's see. Oh shit, pizza. Oh, pizzas are 1-ups. Okay kid, you wanna play rough? When I get finished here, your own mother won't recognize you. Go ahead and scream.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had my glimpse gun on me right now!
All you want. There ain't nobody around to hear you. Okay, shit. Uh-oh. The fuck? Okay, you don't get hurt. Damn. So the old man is out there somewhere? Oh, I see. Shit. The window's changing color for some reason. Do I just lead him here? I don't know what's going on. What's the deal? What's the deal with this? Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? A cookie. Oh, crazy, what the fuck? Damn, that's a little weird. Why you do that? Oh, he's gotta be on that side, shit. Uh-oh, looks like he's getting quicker. Oh shit, that's crazy. Fuck. How the hell can you time this? Shit. Oh, that's not good. Alright, ding dong window. There's more shit. Okay, we saved all the pets. They all go in the safe for some reason. Yes. Well, I guess that about does it. Chalk another one up for Kevin. Good job. Now go kill the furnace. Oh, the furnace is the Kevin. Oh boy. Okay, the furnace really is the boss. Yeah. Well, wouldn't the water be best? Yeah. Oh, okay. In the eyes or some shit? Whoa. Oh, wait a second. I don't know. Seems kinda... Oh, when it's open? Oh shit, nope, can't have duck sound. Yeah, now they suffocate. Water gun works here. Squirt in the mouth, okay. Alright, furnace from hell. Yes, I did it. Runtime 307. Build that furnace who's boss. Now if only my family could wait. Mom, Dad, is that you? Okay, sweetheart, I'm so very sorry. That's okay, Mom. Did anything happen while we were away? Oh, nothing I couldn't handle. The end. Thanks for the GGs. And that's it. Credits. Curtain's mouse. Oh, not even... It's one of those frozen end screens. Oh, that kind of sucks. There's no credits, nothing. Am I waiting for it? Nah, I guess not. There's no way to skip over. Not even to go to the title screen. Man, I hate when games did that. Yep, looks like bullshit here. Thanks for the GG shell. Alright, I guess that's the end of this stream. Thank God it wasn't like the Grinch taking me like fucking 3 or 4 streams. Alright, I guess it's time to raid out. Go to the end. Alright, who's out there? Who's still up? What time is it? Okay. Alright. Time to get some food too. Started to get hungry towards the end there. Is Stonk still on? Oh shit, Stonk is on. Yeah, let's go visit good old Stonk. Great stuff, Omega. Catch you next time. Alright, Shell. Cool, man. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Let's go visit Count Stonkula. Playing Body Harvest. Raiding out in 10 seconds. Awesome stream. Thanks, Vidya. Thank you for hanging in there with me. And let's raid out right now.